Okay, so day 1. I did the controls, the settings, everything here. Interesting mechanic of right-clicking to get in and out of certain menu options. And all I've seen so far in this game is this tunnel. I was afraid to keep walking. I don't want anything spoiled. Lo-fi playlist is good for this game. Awesome. Okay. I will keep the lo-fi then. The tunnel. Why is it, it felt like it was pushing me over to the left. I must just not be walking straight. It's fine. Okay. First puzzle. We don't know. We're all human and mistakes happen. Exactly, Maggie. Yeah, sometimes we don't know exactly what's a spoiler or a hint or a tip, and we want to play it safe. It's been so long since I played this. I don't remember this. You don't remember the first puzzle? Okay, there isn't a cursor until I click on it. There was an option for, I think, some kind of a... Oh, for reticle? If we want to add that, we can. Oh, this is pretty. Wow. It's beautiful. You've seen this game? Oh, nice, Meggie. And there's, of course, mouse sensitivity, camera sensitivity if I end up whipping the camera around too quickly. Oh, spacebar gives us a chance to stop and interact with the screen. Oh. And then exit out of it. Okay. So then clicking does the same thing as spacebar. You can't jump. We can't sprint. Oh, we can sprint. Nice. Good to know. This game is very pretty. I don't think I was expecting that. I don't know what I was expecting. Puzzles. That's it. There's a thing over here. This looks like it might hurt me. I can't interact with it yet. Does this hurt me? No, but I can't get past. And this is blocked from me inputting anything on the yellow. And so far, the yellow panels have been the things we can interact with. Is there one over here? There's a door. This is what we came out of? No, it's not. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Sprinting essential in a puzzle game, yeah. Walking in a painting, it really does. Is there motion blur? I'm rocking a sinus headache. I'm currently afraid to look at tablet. Ooh, okay. Good question, Fenris. Hi, welcome in. I can look at settings and see. I don't know if that's something I can tell anyway without settings. But if somebody else knows, feel free to chime in and help out. Also, did I remember to turn captions on? I think I did. I'm sorry you're having a headache too. That's never fun. Is this a... it looks like a maze. Do we have to make a circle here? Oh wait, I already messed up. Because this is the only one that goes through there. I don't see it yet. I don't know what this is yet. But it looks like the door that we saw already. And there's a little thing up here. Do any of these turn or anything? No. There's something going over the wall there. Gazebo? Yeah. Something like that. Uh-huh. Okay, so this is the one where I chose the other direction. Let's do it again. Oh, I see. Oh, my brain. Okay. You have to bypass this one to go to the next one. And it switches. You can't do both. It's neat seeing the game explored. I'd forgotten just how pretty it is. Yeah. You know I'm gonna stop and look at the scenery. It's gorgeous. And it's a puzzle game, but the fact that they go through and set up, you know, there's some flowering grasses, there's some different kinds of bushes, there's climbing ivy, there's landscaping here. They have little lounge furniture. What, you know, that's nice. It's a nice touch. Can I sit on these? No. Okay. Who was the florist? Who was the gardener that they consulted? Whee! Oh, I want to go along the outside. Does this shape matter later on? I don't know. Reminds me of Portal in that regard. Yeah. Lots of extra detail to the surroundings that you're that you're interacting with and observing. Excited to see Jen's take on the game. Helps me relive my playthrough, kind of like Outer Wilds. Yeah. Thank you for the yay! And there was we're gonna need that other puzzle in a second. Or that other wire, I feel. What's this? Hello. It's over here. Oh, this seems important. I see. So these are blocked, right? No, they're not blocked. Oh, I don't know what this means yet. Oh, it turns it. Wait, weird. Oh, I don't like that. I mean, I don't know what it is yet. I don't know what that means. It turns it black and then it fades. Are there white ones? No. And this, you can't stop it at these circles in the middle. You can only start it at the circles in the middle. Weird. The way you said "we" reminded me of the yay alert. Yeah. Indy, how's it going? Welcome in. Happy Sunday. Why are these weird? I don't know what this means yet. Okay, I want to back away from this and keep exploring for a bit. I don't think we have the info we need. Yeah, the lo-fi music was a good call for exploring this game. I just feel like we're in a giant garden. Look how pretty that is over there. So is this game just get lost and do puzzles? That's what it seems like so far. And that makes this flash red? Oops. Do you want me to get both of these? What? Okay, that helps me figure out what I did wrong on the other one. Okay. Who can say? Who needs more? Oh, it's nice. You just do as many puzzles as you want and keep going through and doing more puzzles. Souls, Engineer of Souls, how's it going? Welcome in. Okay, focus gen. So that makes me... This is wrong, but I want to see something. That's why that other one gave us 2? Oh. No, you have to choose which one to do, which one is the right one to use. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to click out of that. Hey, Doctor, how's it going? Welcome in. I need this one and this one. Whoop. Because there's only one exit, so you can't start with both of these circles. And this one is, I feel like, always gonna block. I don't think it's that one. Okay. Just enjoying a chill Sunday? Same. Yeah. Doing good. Starting a new game. It's always exciting when we started another playthrough. To capture this one and these two yet without blocking the exit. Finding it pretty funny how presented with one of these puzzles my brain can't help but start to solve it. Of course, it's just that kind of game. And yeah, feel free to be solving them on your own in chat. You can see if you beat me to it. That was kind of how Baba Is You was. People going like, "Oh, I think I got it." Just don't tell me the answer, but if you want to say that you got it, that's okay. Well, I'm gonna start trying things. I was thinking like loop around here, but then we missed that one. There we go. What did that do? Why did it turn me that way as soon as we did it? Is there some along the back too? No? What is this connected to? I don't know. All you have to do is redacted. Exactly. Hi Lost, welcome in. How's it going? I really do like it's essential for the game to be the player's journey. Truly. And you get to see, is this one of those games you get to see which path everybody takes? It seems like everybody's gonna take a completely different path. So you get to figure out what's most intriguing. Who can say? Well, alright, fair. So here's this again. Oh, it's teaching me things. Weird. Oh, this one has a different finish. Okay. Teaching, learning. Yeah. It's a nice thing about the game. Some puzzles have multiple solutions. Yeah, I love that too. Makes me think we have to do this, right? Yeah. Cool. There's so many of these. This one's tough, right? But this one has some blank squares. Mom, welcome in. How's it going? Happy Sunday. Love to see those cats. Those cat emotes. The cats have been pretty good today. I say that and then we know BB will come meowing at the door, but they've been having a chill Sunday too. I have to just start. Okay, so we need to envision these ones, these blank ones, as a certain color. That's gonna help me out if I think like, okay, let's consider all the blank ones to also be white, if that's gonna help us. You know what I mean? Ooh. This is tricky though. Oh, like that? Yeah. Cool. After a bunch of games that ask you questions, it feels weird and refreshing almost to find one that presents the question and makes you find the question before you can answer it. Yeah. Definitely, you don't even know what the question is at first. Bears, hi! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Heather, Mistake, So-Call, Jake, Muffins, Cactus, Xandric. Hi, friends. Happy Sunday. Queso, hi. I'm Jen the Human. We are starting the Witness today. It's an exploration puzzle game. We just got dropped into this beautiful environment, and now we're solving all these puzzles bit by bit. It's really peaceful. We've got the lo-fi going. I'm glad to have you here. How was your stream, Bears? How's One Shot? Also love that game. And if you're over here watching me and you don't know Bears, go check her out. Go send her some support. She's a good friend and a great streamer. I don't think I've seen much of this game before. Here, let me show you. I don't think it has photo mode, but I just want to screen capture every scene that we're dropped into. Look at this. Look at these colors. It dropped us into this courtyard when we started. It had little lawn chairs and beautiful flowers. I don't think it has photo mode. I have to make a note. Great, and we made fun progress. Good, good. I'm glad. I'm so glad you're liking it. I was so stoked when you announced that you were gonna play through it. I love Nico. I love the world in that game and all the little characters you meet along the way. Love the pink trees, yeah. So I just solved a couple of these screen puzzles. I'm not sure exactly what they unlocked when I solved them, but I see this screen up here, so we're gonna go see if we can do another one of these. This looks like a new mechanic here, and now these are connected to something else, which is a good sign. Maybe that means we unlock another door. Isn't it so pretty? quirky, which I wasn't expecting for some reason. It's got, and I told you there are elements of oops, well, we can look at the sky while we chat. There are elements of One Shot that are Undertale-esque. I think the two games, some of the dialogue, they almost make digs at each other because one was made first, One Shot was made first, and then Undertale, right? And there's some like cheeky lines in One Shot because then they went in and like made it a bigger game and redid it more later. I don't know, there's some like weird beef between the two games. Completely separate games, but they're worth like taking small jabs at each other. I remember talking about that when we played One Shot. J-Dub, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Back-to-back raids. Happy Sunday. Lucalino, Cabbage, welcome. How was your stream? How was the rest of Stardew? I'm so glad I got to stop in for a little bit. I thought Undertale was made first. Maybe One Shot, there was like a beta or a very bare bones version of the game that you could play first. But I could completely have my wires crossed. Kofsky, hi. I was very sad. J-Dub, I'm so happy that I met you through Twitch. I'm so glad I got to follow your streaming, at least some of your streaming journey. I know I haven't been there for all of it, but it's good to know you, and I'm glad you're taking care of yourself. You're making streaming choices and personal life changes, and I don't know. We'll be following you on YouTube. The next step of your journey. Stardew was fun, just chilled. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the raid, J-Dub. If you all don't know J-Dub, go check him out on YouTube. He's transitioning over. Well, he's been on YouTube. That's not new. But he just had his last Twitch stream today. So we're sad to see you go. And Cabbage, thank you for the tier 3. Welcome back to the human race for 16 months. Dang, that's a lot of months. We're so glad to have you. Enjoy your Charlie badge, your cat's badge, or your emote, your Charlie emote, your cat's emote, your Earth badge. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. And the rainbow of emotes. I love it. Might do a little lurk and grab T-Bell. Oh my gosh, yes! Get that T-Bell. Bears, thank you for the raid. If you got a lurk, if you got a raid and run, I totally understand. Anybody coming in from the raids, feel free to just hang out and lurk. Or if you're taking off for the night, I appreciate you coming in. Consider dropping a follow so you can come back and check us out at a later time. Alright, this is the perfect backdrop to chill and welcome raiders to. It's a beautiful game. We can see the ocean now. There's a building down there for us to explore. I think I'll look at this real quick and see if we can even figure out what to do with this. It turns it green. I don't know what that means yet. Are you supposed to just trial and error through all these? I don't think that seems right. You can stop it early too. Weird. Glad to see you and everyone in chat. It's good to have you here. Let me know what you order. Oh, that's such a good question, SoCall. Were you all comparing Taco Bell orders in Bear Stream and saying what your favorites were? If we get started on Taco Bell, I'm gonna have to break stream, run and get some food, and then come back and finish the game, or finish our stream. This is blocked, I think. This is not open yet. There's no fall damage, but you also can't jump off of cliffs. It's the progenitor of T-Bell from Sushi Talk. Oh my gosh. Love cheesy gordita crunch. Me too. Me too, muffins. I love their quesadillas, cheesy gordita crunch, and Doritos Locos tacos. I usually get some form of that combination. Volcano taco. That sounds great. Do not Not to start food talk. No, it's okay. It's totally okay. Dad made a Taco Bell run. Nice. What were we talking about before y'all came in? We were talking about how chill this game is, that we can just kind of have music running, and it seems like you can save and stop whenever you wanna just take a break from puzzles for the day. Ooh, this is fun. Some vases. Beautiful. Wow. Are some of these colors matching? Can you pick these up? No, they're just pretty to look at. It's a very good autosave. Yeah. The OG Frito burrito before they changed it and made it taste weird. I'm adding it to my wish list. Cool. We're not very far in, but if we're only this much in and you already love it, I say go for it. It's just enough. If you want a good, beautiful walking simulator to tour around a forest and a garden and a beach, there you go. If nothing else, at a bare minimum, it's that. Okay, so this is gonna be the same deal. Now, is this like... Oh, interesting. No. Can they both go up the center? No. I like that. Oops, I went too far over. The aesthetic, yeah, is very, very good. On point. I've liked it so far. You won't be disappointed by the rest. If you've liked it so far. I like these. My spatial puzzles brain is loving this. It's so satisfying. Oh, there's 4? Oh, interesting. Okay. But that one is like completely blocked, it seems. It's 76% off on sale? Nice, muffins. I do think I picked it up on sale. I think I bought the Witness and Braid combo on sale, and it was a really good deal, so I think it sounds like it goes on sale pretty frequently then, because that was not that long ago. Not saying that my spatial puzzles brain is anything special either, but it's just very satisfying. I really like that type of puzzle. So then here's 2. Oh. Oop, that did it. Sorry, I looked down really suddenly. But this is not powered on, because that has a wire coming from somewhere. But this is beautiful too. Makes you think of blocky versions of the Nazca lines in Peru. I'm not familiar, but I'd be curious. I'd be curious to look that up. It does make these really nice patterns after you're done with the puzzle. Okay. Oh, this powered... It dropped the door, but then it went backwards here. Okay. Oh, this is new. Oh. fun. Can I maybe zoom in a little more here? There we go. The alien crop circles, except they're huge scale sketches on the ground. Oh, cool. Oops, oops, oops. Ooh, okay. Nope. I think I'm thinking it's gonna be solved one way, and then as you go and take the little turns in all the corners, it's like, wait, no, it's having me do something else. Does this go on this side? Okay. I like the success and failure sounds. They're visceral without being jarring. They did a good job for those for sure. So far, I think the only thing I didn't like, which is only because it's brand new and I didn't know what to do yet, this beeping when you haven't started the puzzle yet. I'm like, stop beeping at me. It's only because I didn't know where it was coming from at first. Stones moved around at a small scale. They just look like footpaths, but from the air you can see they're gigantic drawings. Beautiful. Okay. There's so many options here. Nice. Oops. No? And maybe do... Nope, nope, nope. Keep going. Okay. Oh, this one melted. Oh, that's fun. You forgot about these? The presentation has a sense of humor. What do we think this is made out of? What are these puzzles like transferred onto? Is this some kind of sheet of plastic or something? It's hard to read this one. It looks so blobby. Weird. Now what did this power on? Can we do the thing on the dock yet? No. This is pretty too. Heck. Look at the reflection, it's perfect. Your candy puzzle, yeah. There's something up on the cliff for us to do. I love this. Look with the pink in the background. And you benefit, they reward you for taking a second to look around, because then you're like, oh, what's that over there? Is that a puzzle? Is that something I need to come back to later? They have stuff hidden everywhere. I don't know what this did. Oh, this room. Okay. Uh-huh. That was how we came in. Oh. Oh, I didn't want to say goodbye yet. Okay. Imagine poking the water and seeing the nice ripples travel out. Yeah. Skipping some stones. Gorgeous. Oh, what? There's a lady. There's a person. There's a little statue. Can I zoom? Was that there before? Hi. Okay. Now, have we figured out this one yet? Yeah. These. We know how to do these. Highly and welcome in. Happy Sunday. It's good to see you. This is got kind of a lock on it. Oh, interesting. Is this something that I'm gonna have to open? Does this have a wire attached to it? Maybe? More cool stuff to look at. Now we've got palm trees, more of a oasis area. But this isn't powered on. Nor this. Interesting. And it looked like this is what was perhaps blocking the door, right? Okay. So is that the first thing we've encountered that we have to come back for later? I don't know yet. Let's look at that statue again. Hello, what are you doing over there on the cliff? I love this game. I fully intend to steal your solution to any puzzles I haven't figured out yet. Yeah, feel free. I don't own any of the solutions here. Have you been chipping away at this mistake? How do we get down there? Oh, this winds around so much. Okay, okay. Genuinely loving seeing the exploration. I'm glad. I haven't played in a bit, but was wildly sucked in when I first started. This is dangerous kind of game for Jen. This is absolutely a just one more puzzle. Just one more puzzle. Okay, but just one more puzzle and then we're done. Like that is 100% what's gonna happen. Doing puzzling as well at the moment. Doing some baba-ing. Nice. Good luck. Good luck, Hylian. You may not own the solutions, but I take full ownership of the problems. Carl, welcome in. This is the end of this path here. Yeah, I think so. Some cushions, but this is still powered down. But now we can follow this. I can't brain anymore. You just played it until your brain exploded. Yeah. That's kind of what happens eventually with me with Baba, so I'm assuming this will be the same where we're like, okay, that's enough for one day. My brain is done. I love it when players take time in games to explore the environs. Yeah. I hope to keep exploring. I don't want to rush through this at all. Now we can see the statue a little bit better. That's neat. Okay, we found something. I think this was the last game that had graph paper for, was copying down puzzles and trying to figure them out. Nice, Trav. I do have my notebook ready. I haven't needed to write on it yet, but we have it nearby. I figured I would want one. Sykes, hi, welcome in. How's it going? Find a seat and watch and vibe. Absolutely. Did you ever finish Baba? I think I caught the first stream. No, I have not finished Baba. I thought Baba was one that just kept going and going. Oh no, it does have a finish because people were talking about 100%ing it. Nope. I was stuck on it. I was playing it off stream for a while, but eventually I I got distracted by other games. I kind of want to play it with friends. I kind of want to have like a group brainstorm on Baba Is You. Indy, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Finishing Baba's a trip and a half. Hey, Magus. Yeah, I remember you talking about it. It gets so hard. Played Baba shortly after watching you. Was super fun. I'm glad. It's such a cute, cool, different game. I love the way they do their puzzles. The words, like carrying all the different words and objects around the screen is so unique. The group problem solving. Yeah. +1 for couch co-op sort of experience with Baba. I wouldn't have thought of that. Austin, I think you were the first person that brought it up. But now that I've played it and gotten stuck in spots, I'm like, this would be so fun to just kind of throw out ideas and see if they work. Okay. We know how to do these already. It didn't like that. Oh! Look, you trace the little... It even plays with the reflection? That is so cool. Aha. Okay. And you have to line it up correctly, or does it kind of center it for you? I think it kind of centers it for you. That's good. I feel that certain types of puzzle games lend themselves to that. Steven Sausage Roll was another one so deep that couch co-op wound up working out. Nice. Yeah, I still have the list. I know we went through so many puzzle games and put them in the game suggestions channel based off of Baba Is You. I have them all still. None of them have been completely written off. Just schedule-wise, time-wise. But there's lots that I still want to go back and look at. I didn't trace it very well. Okay, so you really have to trace it for it to work. Violacious, how's it going? Welcome in. But then these don't look very... Okay, hang on. Back out. You can get super close. No, this one snapped to it for me. Yeah, it snapped in. Okay. But is it behind? Hang on. There's one behind it too? Do you have to account for that as well and know how far down these go? Interesting. I don't know how tall that one is. Do you have to just kind of fill in the blanks? Okay. Nice. Wasn't expecting that either, because they line it up perfectly for you on the first one, and then they put stuff blocking your way. Okay. Having a wonderful Sunday? Good. I'm glad. I feel like The Witness is best for solo mind, different types of games and all that. Yeah, of course. This one feels like a more... Well, it's very personal. It's a journey. You have the agency of taking steps and walking around and, like, following your path. It doesn't have levels, necessarily. No hints. Thanks, Austin. Oh, goodness. Okay. I'm just looking at the scenery there for a moment. Holy moly. So does this one snap? Oh. It does if you... Weird. I can't, like... I think this is what I want. Oh, but see, then it snapped it way off. I was gonna do this. Oh, there's some over here. Eh? Are you supposed to look at it and memorize it and then move, or does this have to do with this screen over here? Interesting. Bren, how's it going? Welcome in. No worries on enjoying the scenery. It's nice to stop and appreciate it all again. Yeah. I feel like it's a perfect game for us when we start chatting. I'll be like, okay, if we're talking for a bit, let me zoom in on something really, really nice to look at, and then we can chill and have a conversation. Oh, you're good. You're good, Violacious. Yeah. Absolutely. I think anybody who knows this game knows, like, the whole point is to figure it out on your own. I don't fully understand, but I'm wondering if it's this. Because that's where it would line up if it was lined up. No, but then we want to see if it's this one because there's 4. But that doesn't line up at all, and it keeps wanting to snap to the other side. Oh, that did work. Weird. I don't know if that was how we're supposed to line it up. I think I was supposed to kind of finagle it a bit better, but it kept snapping to this other one, which wasn't it. I'm gonna mostly lurk and not pay attention because I've not played this yet. Bren, I feel like you would love this one. I totally understand. Yeah, this is a Bren game. Okay, this one, I'm assuming, combines these ones that are close and far away. But is it... Oh, weird. See, this one I feel like should be taller. Oh. And this little one, I don't, so, How can I get this to line up better? Bullying Bren into playing the witness. Yeah, yeah. There's gotta be a way to line it up, right? See, this looks lined up. But I don't even know if this first one, how tall this first one is, you know? We'll go with small. I feel like this was close. No. Alright, let's walk around a bit. Sorry, I keep flipping the camera around. I don't mean to. My mouse is just a little bit, in an uncomfortable position. I keep adjusting it today. We haven't played a keyboard and mouse game in a while. We're pretty much a lot of controller use, but this is not a controller game. Is it... We're gonna line it up and it's gonna click when we get there. I almost feel like I need to be way further back, but that's not gonna... Oh, you can still do the puzzle from back here. Is your streaming PC also your everything else PC? Yes. Can you play this with controller? Oh, nice. It's gamepad compatible if that's preferred. I did not realize. It didn't give me, it didn't seem like it gave me the option. Should we try it? That would be more comfortable. I don't know if it'll sync up mid-game though. Maybe it wasn't detecting a controller. Yay. Andy, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back to the human race. Enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad previewing. We're very glad to have you. I hated The Witness. Oh no! What's to hate? It's so beautiful. It's just a walking simulator, right? Whatever's most comfortable. Customize keys? No? It's not. Mouse control. Click to move. I don't know where it's gonna... A pad on that menu is a gamepad. But that's just invert access. Played on PS4 with controller. Weird. I don't know. Sorry for the brief interruption here. I just don't, I'm not seeing it. I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't be under controls. Weird. I always had the controller connected before opening. Maybe it's because I didn't have it connected when I opened it. Oh, I see what you're saying, Austin. Okay. Giving up on cleaning glasses. I like wearing glasses, but when they get dirty and stay that way, nope. Still, I'm too squeamish for contact lenses. Oh, contact lenses are so tough if you're not used to them. Got too hard for me, so I had to give up on the final area puzzle. Oh. I mean, if you enjoyed it up to a point, but yeah, I could see this getting super, super hard. Okay, well, I will maybe try like closing the game and reopening when we go on break, so that I can use the controller, because I think that would be preferred. I don't know how to tell the relative size of these pillars here. I'm not sure what they want me to do. Am I supposed to compare them to the other sizes of pillars over here? But it's hard because those are only a certain distance away. I think it's a matter of getting it to line up right. Can you crouch? I love how much the character movement conveys thoughts. Yeah, true. Maybe we have to look at it from... You know, we can't get so far away from it. And then what is this one? If not... Well, we don't know what that grid is gonna look like. Very strange. It's so odd that it looks like it lines up perfectly here. It looks like Battleship. Everything's in its right place. Maybe... There we go. Okay. So you have to assume, you have to make sure it goes around the tallest part. And assume the other side reflects all the way up or whatever. I don't know how to describe what it was that I was thinking, but we got it. And now... what are we looking at? These trees? Yeah. Okay. Now, where does this go? Oh, that's the end. What did that do? Exploration, yeah. I guess we trace our steps back. Maybe this one over here is active now? No, it's not lit up. Maybe... that's not lit up. This is lit up though. Interesting. Is this the environment and... oh goodness. Oh, so close. And these black squares at the same time? Oh, I'm having trouble lining this up though. Actually, and it's a much smaller, it's a way smaller grid. Okay, maybe I'll just do this first. Okay, it's not... it's not what I thought it was. Oh, interesting. I keep forgetting you can't overlap. You can't, like, double back. Beep, 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 beep. I love following the cables. Works out oddly fun to do. I haven't figured out all the cables yet. Oh, I wonder... no. But we could probably finagle something like that, right? Oh. Nope, here. Ugh. Devastating. We've got to be able to get that. I feel like this one on the top is what's really barring me. Okay, I gotta stop and start over. I love puzzle streams. This makes me happy. I'm glad we'll... oh my gosh. We get to revel in the pondering. I felt like this was such a good idea, but... rip. Oh, and I keep forgetting which one it is that I'm tracing. Oh, no. Okay. Era, welcome in. How's it going? It's good to see you. Pondering intensifies. Yep. Maybe... but why would we leave that one unaccounted for? Do we have a way back if we do... See, that skips that one. And that blocks our way back. That's a cool shape. I don't know. This one is messing with me because I think I keep looking at it like I'm the... Maybe I just need to grab the bottom one since I keep thinking I'm the bottom one. Maybe that's all it is. I don't know. Tricksy, tricksy. I'm not talking to my screen about the answer. I never finished, but the parts I played I loved. I'm glad. Circuit board routing the game, yeah. Solving the puzzle weird. Making cool shapes. Yeah, we could just kind of hang out and make cool shapes too if we want. This is it. Now it looks like a butterfly. I feel like I was onto something and then I wasn't. Beep beep. This looks promising. Yay! That one took me a minute. Okay. Fresh puzzle. Can we zoom in a little tiny bit more? Yeah. Oh, no. I'm finding myself pointing to my screen as a way to imagine solving it. Organic cursor. Seeing the lines get longer and longer until they touch the tails makes me think of the old Snake game. Yeah, there's a bit of Snake going on here. The beep beep is stopped here. Let's do a little bit of... Oh no. This one has this wild spiral thing going on that I can't fathom. Oh, nope. Oh, weird. And it has the two exits. And I have to get this. Okay, then I have to get this. Maybe not. Maybe we come back for that later. Oh. Oh. Yee! That one was... Okay. I thought we were gonna have it... I don't know what I thought. I thought the top one was gonna grab one particular spot and it ended up being grabbed by the other one or something like that. Oh, interesting. What did I grabbed this one? I almost feel like this is gonna, yeah, just loop back around. Okay, what just happened? We turned something on. Let's follow the wires. If anything feels difficult, it's a matter of learning and practice. Yeah. Have to step away to make foods. Have good foods, mistake. Thanks for being here. And thanks for the good luck. And now we do another series of, this is a panel of 6, yeah. More colors. Oh. Oh, this is gonna make a fun design. If I can get it. Whee! How squiggly can I make this? Very squiggly. Following a new wire. Yeah! It's so unsatisfying when, like, you finish one and there's not a wire to follow afterwards. My wife does the food making. All I can make is fire and a mess. Oh, goodness. Oh, this one has black dots, too. Does that mean that anybody can grab those? Whew. Nope. Does that mean I'm not... Oops. Not supposed to grab them at all? Eh? Oh, I did that wrong anyways. That's not... Okay. I don't get it. Oops, I didn't mean to click out of that. I just wanted to start over. Why does this continue to throw me off? Did we grab all the black dots last time? I think I messed it up because I grabbed the wrong colored ones. Because I grabbed the yellow dots with blue and the blue dots with yellow, right? I think that's what happened. Oh. Or did we do that? But this one, oops, I did grab a yellow. Here. Weird. Why is this one so tricky? But I can't do this because that blocks the exit. I can't do this because this is yellow. But then that's always gonna leave one behind. We did that. We tried that already. Is it just the black ones? No, I don't think so. We did this, right? And there's no way to just grab the black ones in this puzzle that I can see. It takes forever to reset. There we got them all. But we can't Escape. Boop, boop. Boop, beep, boop. Perfect. Did it. I don't like this one because it feels like I keep trying to process of elimination out of it, and then we can't finish it because I keep starting it the same way. That makes a cute noise every time. Did we do this? I don't know if we did. I thought I did. I thought that was like the first thing I did because I didn't notice that we were doing the wrong worm to the wrong dots. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. The boop boop keeps getting me. It's just a little nudge, just a little, excuse me, can I get through here? Beep beep. Thank you for the bless. This one still, we went over the wrong color. We've tried that, and that's the wrong, I can't start that way. But if you go this way, every time you try to go back, you end up leaving those two out. I don't understand. Beep boop. Is this something we haven't learned yet? That once we do a certain action, we can cross over the path of another tail. Redbeard, hi, welcome in. How's it going? Happy Sunday. Beep beep. Boop boop. Brute force, yeah. Ding, 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 ding. Does that? Oh, you can undo it. Does that change what color goes where? Does it always give you blue? I don't think I even paid any attention to that. How did we do this before? Now I have to redo it because I undid it. We made this one extra wiggly, I remember. You don't have to add that extra loop, but who doesn't want an extra loop? I think that did just give the solution away. So just be careful for suggesting like, hey, have you tried this yet? I know even if you don't know the answer, that could give me the answer. Just be cautious. Ding, 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 ding. I think that's a tough one because I think when it's somebody like also trying to solve it that doesn't know, it's not really a hint or a tip or help. It's like Oh, it's maybe kind of help. I guess maybe it falls under that category. That's a tough one. But yeah, I do think we have to flip it then. Weird. So then if you're starting it in the same corner every time unknowingly, because I think I was just completely like willy-nilly not starting it on any particular corner and didn't even notice that it changes the color. It turns into couch storming. It can be hard to differentiate between it being the streamer's journey or a hive mind's journey. Like if you start zoned in on the top right corner, very much so. Very, very zoned in. I don't know that I have had to switch my start in a while, but I've definitely done it already. At least once. Oh, and then did we end up having to... Wow, my brain. To pick up these black ones? We do have to grab them too. Ooh. Nope, 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 nopity nope. Oh no. But now that one's gonna get stuck because I turn right in front of it. And it's still stuck. Unless I do this. Did that work? No. How come I cut that one off? What did I do that cut that off? There's definitely a reason they popped in a puzzle that was impossible if you started the top left. Yeah. They don't want you to forget about anything that you've already learned. Beep, beep. So then maybe I want to try flipping them again. Which doesn't seem right, but... Oh, no. No, I don't think that's right at all. That made it way worse. Interesting that you don't really see it until you start going, and then you're like, oh no, this was the wrong corner altogether. It's normal to sometimes get lodged in an assumption. Yeah, definitely. It's so much is learned when a person realizes assumption was made. I think that's something with this game that's kind of cool because you're not going to go anywhere on that puzzle if you're really, really lodged. You're really stuck. And I think with something like when we played Outer Wilds, I was very stuck in a couple of assumptions, but you can go out and do so many other things and be like, well, that must not be it. Let me go do something else. And here it's like, clearly there's something very specific right in this moment that I need to change my brain, change my thinking on. Gryffindor, welcome in. A lot of thought was put into this game. According to Google, it was in production for 7 years. I think you made a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Oh, I locked this one in. And then I locked this one out. No. Why do I keep thinking... I don't think I can get this one with the yellow. Oh, unless we do something super convoluted. I don't want to do that. Production time can be misleading for indie games, often starting with a few people and growing near the end to polish it out. True. The main dev guy who made this game also made Braid, which is super cool puzzle game. Yeah, I bought them together, Trav. And I think actually my brother had recommended the two of them as a duo that I might be interested in for streaming. I think he's played both of them. So there's nothing that I have to grab with blue down here at the start. It's just this initial yellow one that kind of has me hung up. But we can go back and snake through maybe. Oh, but see, that gets me hung up every time because of that one. Like, this would be so cool if that worked, you know? Maybe... Are we supposed to do... But we can't do a loop around here, because that... Maybe we were supposed to do this. No, because now I blocked it. Oops, sorry. Controllers. Okay. I want to try this with controller instead of mouse. What am I doing here? That black dot on the right. I don't know how to give access to it. Do I have to switch colors again? Do I have to do this maybe? No, because now I blocked the exit. I still blocked the exit. Oh, do we just get the exit on the way back around? No, I missed this one. How did I miss this one? Oh. Ugh. We have to go that far over to get that yellow one? Yeah. Can we get... I don't know. We can't get this one first because that blocks the exit. You can hear just the faintest humming of the wires in the background too while you're doing these. It's kind of cool. Kind of cool sounding. Beep, 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 beep. I don't know why I did the beep beep thing at first, but it's just the noise that they're supposed to make. It was just meant to be. Hey, we did it! Is that the end of the footpath? No, we can walk up here. Yay! Okay, next round. Let's go. Brain, don't fail me now. Is this gonna be another match up the environment puzzle? No, maybe. I don't know, we'll find out. Lines and mazes definitely sound like beep beep. The relief you get when you complete it. Yes, it's a very good feeling. Oh, this one. Doo, 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 doo. This one has a lot of dots. We gotta snag this. Okay. Is it just me, or does this one seem particularly more see-through than the other one? It seems a lot more transparent. I don't know why. Okay, these ones, the blue just has these two over here. Doesn't the texture look weird on the yellow one this time around? I don't know why that is. Oops, we want... Nope, we want you. Nope, we want you, and then out. Okay. We want you, nope, you, and then out. Okay. It's fading as we go. Is the yellow running out of oomph? We're gonna run out of yellow printer ink? Is it... You have to do it in the shortest number of moves? There's not even anything left to work with on this one. Oh, weird. Do I have to go back and use fewer moves on the other ones then? I don't want to redo them. We solved them. Sankari, welcome in. How's it going? There's nothing to start because it's so faded. Okay. Let's just, I guess let's back up then, because we were pretty wiggly in the first couple. And then we can confirm if that's what it was or not. But I don't know how we can be that, I guess, picky, because you still have to grab everything with both colors. Isn't that the same way I solved it before? Oh yeah, I guess I should science it out a little bit more, because... Let's just make this one super wiggly, but you still have to solve it to test your theory. Going okay, feeling a bit drunk from beer. I barely drank the recent years, but I felt like having a good cold beer. Nice, I hope you enjoyed it. That's my blanket recommendation for any game. Try science, yeah. It's so interesting too. They're giving, it's like they really ran out of yellow because there's far fewer yellow dots than there are blue dots. They had to use it sparingly. What did we do to solve this before? We had to go around this way, right? I'm doing the same thing, expecting different results. Oh no. And this one has 4 starts, and no matter where I start, the yellow is super faded. What if we do them, is it because I'm doing them in the wrong order? No, because I had to do them in this order to get to this one. It still doesn't have anything. I'm blocked from moving there? Weird. There's an invisible wall. Oh, because it is still there? Oh. It's there, it's just invisible? Why did I assume that it was running out of ink? I don't know, because it was fun. I don't remember how we did this before. Oh, yeah. This one's symmetrical, so it let us get through that. Well, but this one should be too. I did think... Oh, because that's not where the finish is. Oh, weird. Okay. So we're gonna have to go up, around, and hook through it, and then out. Oh, strange. Okay, we're like getting off cam if I move too far forward to look at the monitor. It's almost like the light is burned out on the other track. The way that they distort it like that, that's pretty cool. We do have a spoiler chat. Thank you, Austin. We have a spoiler chat in the Discord. Oh, and Semi, thank you, thank you. If you want to join the Discord, if we have a mod around, I can link it really quick too. Can I tab out of the game real quick to... Oh, nope, didn't like that. I think I have to do this to tab out. Oh, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, if you want to hop in there, go to spoiler chat. I have it muted and hidden from view. I don't go in there until after we finish a game. If even that, I don't always go in there after the game's done. It's for you all to chat about how I'm doing with whatever we're working on. And thank you for the posture check, Magus. I'm really, this one, I think it's the keyboard thing too. I'm not good with my posture with keyboard and mouse games. So it looks like we need to go here, right? We should be bonking into the side there. Okay. So strange. I'm around lurking and playing Stardew. Nice. I hope you're enjoying the farming. And this one doesn't have any blue dots. So we just have to imagine the yellow with our mind's eye. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. Hey. Oh, now there's two colors on the tape. Were there two colors on the tape this whole time? It slowly splits out from green to blue and yellow. Didn't even notice it until now. Yay! Now I want to go back and look at the wire again. It's so sneaky. This one's just blue. Is that the first one that had two colors? Thank you for the yay! Gamepad after break sounds like a good thing. This game was released PS4 and Windows at the same time. Definitely felt like it was made with gamepad in mind. Nice, okay. Using all our brain power to imagine a yellow line. Thanks for the hype. I could be blue or I could be yellow. What is that from, SoCal? I feel like I should know. Yeah, that was the first one with 2 colors. And I didn't even notice. Now I have to pay even... It's from TikTok. Okay. I thought it was from a musical or something. It sounded familiar, but I guess not. Pay attention to the green, and then when it switches colors, keeping me on my toes. Here, let's take a quick sip of seltzer. On TikTok even more now, it's bad. I get enough TikToks from people reposting them to Instagram and Twitter that I feel like I might as well have the app, but I don't actually have the app on my phone or anything. I just get lots of shared ones. There's some good stuff on there though. Is this unlocked now? Yay! Oh wait, I remember we had to do this. That was a lot of effort. Oh, cool shadow. I haven't gotten a good look at it yet. To open this door, what's gonna be up here? Interesting. Very interesting. You hear the mouse clicks. Didn't like that. Why not? This is one that turns a certain color and then fades. Do I have to start with this one and then the dots will show up or something? I don't know. Is this gonna mirror onto the other side? No, that one just worked. Do I have to do the same path over here that I did over there? Because that one seemed to have multiple answers, maybe? Oh. You have to mirror it. I'm never gonna remember. I'm gonna have to take a screenshot. It's like this. And then something. I messed up the last bit. Okay, wow. Why? What is, like, can they give an easy in-game moment for me to do this? Can I do it while I can see both of them? Ooh. Oh, okay. They do give an in-game moment to deal with this problem. That's really neat. Oh, I can't back up any further though, so I can only use it for that one. Can I do it from this side though, when we get there? Yeah. Could I have done that before? Yeah. Screenshot, much like padded paper, is augmented memory, yeah. Had to be told how to do that. Oh, that you could solve things. We got that from like luck really early on, that I was like, oh, I wonder what things I can mess with in the environment if I just zoom out for no reason. But it ended up coming in handy. All right, let's do this one. Oh, interesting. Dang. Okay. I feel like I was onto something and then I saw this one up at the top and freaked out. Okay, fun. Now we can do this one. Oh, it looks weird to me, but I think we got it. And then, no, wait, this way. This way. And this way. Okay. Thank you for the posture check. Thanks, Sankari. I'm doing my best. It's a tough one today with the keyboard. Oh, interesting. So is it kind of leading you? I feel like you have to start here. Yeah, it almost tells you what direction you're gonna have to go. Also straightens up. True, the posture check. Posture check. I can't say it. Is for everybody, not just for me. It's a good reminder. And then we did this, and then... Oh, this is flipped upside down. No, I started with the wrong... dot? Oh, this is weird. Which dot is it? Is it turned? Is it rotated? Nice shade of yellow on the box. I like the yellow. Tend to bend over without realizing when typing at the laptop. I was curled all the way over writing on my laptop the other day and my back was sore. Oh no. That's what we like to call shrimping. This is your spine. This is your spine as a shrimp. Painful. Okay, so this is still, it should still be the one that we start at, right? But then we want to go this way? Yeah. That got me. That one confused me. And then here. And then here. Oh. Okay, what is this gonna do? Should we do the thing from all the way back here? So we can watch it unfold? What is it? It's a tower. It's gonna shine another light or like make a cable come out of it to the next puzzle. It looks almost like a projector of some kind, right? Or a viewfinder? Can I walk back here? What is it? Oh. It is a light. Cool. Hey Kindle, how's it going? Killer Kindle, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? What were you doing? Oh, and Wolf, thank you for the host. I appreciate it. Playing some Skyward Sword. Nice. I hope you had a good time. I hope it was a fun stream. We're just chilling with The Witness today. If you've never seen it before, I don't know if you're familiar, but we're having some peaceful puzzles to listen to lo-fi to. Proposal, that's a great moment for a break if that's something you were considering soon. Oh, that's a good point. I think we will break then. We're right at about 2 hours of stream. Thank you again, Raiders, for coming in. Playing playing Skyward Sword HD and it was fun, just had some issues. Gotcha. How'd you find us? Are you a fan of The Witness? Always forget about hosting. Apparently it helps people find the channel even if you have no followers. Sometimes. I don't know. I think if you show up at all on somebody else's channel, like now hosting or now watching, it can be helpful. I appreciate it. It certainly doesn't hurt. I'm sorry to raid and then break, but I think we are going to take a quick stream break. I'm going to try to switch over to controller instead of keyboard, and I might grab a snack as well. Had you on my list, forgot from who? Oh, nice. Right on. Some mutual Twitch friend of some sort, I'm sure. Thanks for thinking of me. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, grab all the self-care. I will just bump the music up. No, this is probably a good volume for while we're on break. Do we want our BRB screen to just be the ocean here? Do I have a text file I can place over this that says BRB? I don't think so. I can maybe make one. We have the old school one. Where does that live? Do I still have it? That is a good question. I don't know. It's gonna take too long to find, maybe. The old school one, it just has the little smiley face over my webcam and says BRB. It's very silly. If it takes me too long to find it, we'll just do a normal break, but there it is. Okay, see you when we get back from break. Hello humans, welcome back. Just a quick little break there. I do have to fix our controller situation still too. But I'm glad we got to look at this beautiful view. Yes, I realize Kirby is still covering my face. Hello. I think at one point I had a source, an image source for that already. I don't know what happened to it. It's somewhere. Hey friends. Loki, welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm fine with watching either. Both are viable, just whichever is most comfy. It's pretty smooth with keyboard. I don't mind using mouse and keyboard. I just think it's better, like, as far as the controls themselves, but it's more comfortable to sit back and use controller. So we're gonna try it. And Lenith Valkyrie, thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Welcome in. Gremlock, welcome in. Oh my gosh, I missed some hellos. Been lurking but wanted to use Charlie emote. Thanks. Alright, so we are going to, this should be really quick. The autosave is really good, right? It should already have saved for me. Start a new game, load a game. So when I open it, it's gonna load. Lean back with gamepad. Yeah. And the clicking, I feel like my keyboard is really loud and I don't have my settings so that it completely filters it out. So I want to just use the quieter controller. Should plop you right back. That's the plan. And now the gamepad is on and connected, so it should detect it this time. And if it doesn't, we can keep using keyboard and mouse. That's totally fine too. Yes. This should all be the same. Pac-Man, thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Oh, and then I immediately... Oh! Oh, it's so easy with controller. It just detected it right away. Oh, I much prefer this. Okay, now we're in business. Let's go. I'm even more ready to puzzle. Serious hardcore gaming with puzzling with my Xbox controller. It's just more comfortable. I don't know. Yay. We can sit back and that looks really cool. My mouse is great for, yeah, like Magus was asking if this is my regular computer too for all my work stuff. My mouse is great for sitting at the computer working, but not great for gaming, I don't think. I don't like the way things are set up currently. Steam just told me Jen's playing The Witness seems fake. I had to stop it and restart it. So now, we're not done with the docks, though, are we? Did we ever figure out what was going on down here? With that one panel at the back? What's this? Neat. Dunno. It almost looks like... I was gonna say it almost looks like a tower, like this used to be another one of those light projectors, but maybe it was a crane or something? A pulley? I don't know. This is all green. There's also a staircase up there? We finished this one. But this thing, I don't understand. It even lets you step down on that. Interesting. I definitely feel like we're missing something over here. Oh, look! I didn't even notice the little sandcastle. How cute. Gosh, you really can't stop observing for a second all the little things they stick in here. I wonder if we can get on the roof? Yeah, there's a lot of cute details. Hadn't noticed the sandcastle. Just these tiny little things they stick in here. We walked down here before. We saw the statue. Not from this angle. I don't think I had noticed it. Oh, interesting. What button prompts my puzzles with the controller? I don't know if I selected a button for it yet. Oh, no, there we go. Time for some parkour, yeah. Gotta get on with my day. Glad to see you're enjoying The Witness so far. Thanks, Chai. Have a great day. We'll see you around. Hope it's a good one for you. We can just... We didn't walk over here before, did we? I don't know. Yeah, I guess we did to go find the other puzzles. And that was where we first saw the statue. I don't know what to do here. I'm not seeing... that's a bush, Jen. Walk right into the bush. I'm not seeing another wire. Is it on the roof somewhere? Am I supposed to see it trailing away from something? Or coming out of the water somewhere? I'm not sure. And what happened when we finished this puzzle? These two things here on the top of this... I don't know. This all lit up, but I don't know... I think that made a panel light up on the other side, maybe? Anonymous? Thank you for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate it. Everyone who got a sub, welcome to the human race, courtesy of Anonymous. Enjoy your Earth badges, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're glad to have you here. Thank you so much. And Antable, welcome in. It's good to see you. The droopy puzzles still make me laugh. They're a nice touch. It's a clothes dryer? Maybe. It's kind of what it looks like. Kind of the shape I'm seeing. Yeah, I really don't know. I think I'm comfortable to, I guess, put a pin in it, as our dear friend Kaz would say, and leave this one for later, because I don't see the clues yet. But it's bugging me. Thanks for all that hype in chat, too. Not knowing is okay. There is 0 sense of urgency to this game so far. We just happened to stumble upon this area and start doing things. But when we started, I knew, like, if we don't like it, we can walk all the way back to where we came from if we want. Actually, was there... Does this connect over here too? Did I just walk through this way through the grass? I did. Yeah. This is all connected up here. Okay. Interesting. We made like a big loop. We've got a lot of island, yeah. Let's go towards the oasis, towards the desert looking area then. Game is super forgiving because you cannot miss anything in the long run, but you can always come back. Nice. Gonna get away from computer for a bit. Have a lovely evening. Thank you, Bren. You have a lovely evening as well. Take care. I'm glad you got to hang out with us for a bit. I do hope you play this someday. I'll be excited to watch. You'll probably pass me in a heartbeat. Well, except it's probably impossible to track whether you, like, pass someone, because you can go all sorts of different orders. I spent time early on just wandering. Yeah! I know, we could just try to do a tour and see everything that we want to see, but I'm gonna try to do puzzles along the way as we explore. But I could see somebody wanting to just do a perimeter of the whole area and then not decide what to work on until they've seen everything they wanted to. Speedrun stream of The Witness, oh my gosh. That's the same color yellow as that panel that just made the light projector. Interesting. This is all very cool. Was there anything on the shore over here that we could see from this little peninsula? I don't think there was. Just trees that we used in our puzzle. Oh, what's this? It's time I was off too. Work week starts shortly. Hope you make some decent progress. Thank you, Indy. Take care. Good luck with your work week. And we'll see you around. Little flower. Oh, there's little flower motifs in this board, too. Neat. Like the desert area, the screen sometimes shimmers due to the heat. Very cool. We can finally go up a staircase. We kept seeing places with walkways above us that we couldn't get to. Okay, lots of panels that are not powered up yet. We skipped over some things to walk up here, but now we have a nice view. Lots of panels. That one looks like we can interact with it. already. Oh. These have different patterns on these circles over here. Some of them are catching the sun. Okay. Have a giant wok packed with fajita mix, so get your fill. Remember to heat your tortillas or suffer my glare. Mistake, thanks for making dinner for us. Appreciate it. I'll take a couple fajitas. Heck yes. Cold tortillas, perish the thought. And then this is all, these are all connected in a design that looks like what was on the front of this building, I think. Is there a way down from this side? No. Another pit. Lots of wires. Thanks, mistake. Llama, welcome in. Isn't this game gorgeous? Just wait. Okay, cool. So these all have little something somethings on them. They're all the same, except different sections of the background. It's almost like phases of the moon. Oh, yeah, and that one's a sun up top. Is my mic live? The wife and I just settled on making fajitas tonight. Nice, Magus. Yeah. Just one of those weird coincidences. Stopping by before I go to Dreamland. Got my second shot tomorrow. Oh, nice. I hope it goes well for you, smoothly. No side effects. Everything goes as planned. Yeah, very cool. So can we do anything with these? Yeah? I don't know what. Oh, and now it's gone. That was a mistake. What are these all hooked up to? Little panels on the backs of them, which this looks like the panel that was out on the dock. Your second shot is Tuesday. Nice. Yeah, hope things go well with second dose. Gonna be going grocery shopping soon. Now I have to put a bunch of Tex-Mex on the list. Thanks, everyone. You're welcome. Good luck with grocery shopping. Now I'm kind of afraid to mess with these because I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with them yet. Can I get to the staircase over here? Yeah, it looks like I can. Oh, and this is how we get down below. Scary. I definitely cannot interact with that since I already... We didn't try to interact with just the blank ones, but thought it was worth giving it a try. But it's cool this scaffolding is here. We can get to all those, I think, from here. Have to run. It was fun to hang out here for a bit. Have a great rest of stream. Thank you, Violacious. Have a good one. Take care. Glad you got to hang as well. No side effects with second dose. Me neither. I was very tired. I guess that does count. I should add that. But I slept in, drank a lot of water, and it worked out well for me. I know everybody's different though. Does this, can we not? We can't click on doors. They open from stuff being powered on. Okay, well. It was a nice thought. We'll come back. We're checking out everything in the area. Treating symptoms as you would otherwise for comfort, yeah. Listen to your body. Second dose got me pretty good, but only for a day. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is cool. Oh, what's that? You see that on the ground? Or on the ledge there? I don't think I can get to it. I don't think I can pick it up. Looks like a recording or something? I can!
I maintain that the cosmic religious feeling is the strongest and noblest motive for scientific research. Only those who realize
it's so
the
quiet.
immense efforts and, above all, the devotion without which pioneer work in theoretical science cannot be achieved are able to grasp the strength of the emotion out of which alone such work, remote as it is from the immediate realities of life.
I wonder if I can turn the voice actor up.
Conviction of the rationality of the universe, and
Or I could just turn the music down.
Were it but a feeble reflection of the mind revealed in this world, Kepler and
Oh, we'll fix it for the next one.
to enable them to spend years of solitary labor in disentangling the principles of celestial mechanics. Those whose acquaintance with scientific research is derived chiefly from its practical results easily develop a completely false notion of the mentality of the men who, surrounded by a skeptical world, have shown the way to kindred spirits scattered wide through the world and through the centuries. Only one who has devoted his life
while
to
this is
similar
playing.
aims can have a vivid realization of what has inspired these men and given them the strength to remain true to their purpose in spite of countless failures. It is cosmic religious feeling that gives a man such strength. A contemporary has said, not unjustly, that in this materialistic age of ours, the serious scientific workers are the only profoundly religious people. Albert Einstein,
Huh.
1930.
Huh. Okay. You're just gonna go ahead and throw that in there? Very cool. I don't know if you can hear them. The next time we find one, I can tab out and like cut the music and then hit play so that the music doesn't drown it out. That's so cool. So if anybody was here, not even, I know some of you were there. For everyone here that knows the start and the origins of this channel, we started out playing everything. And it has all those, oh gosh, I can never think of his name when I need to. Those quotes hidden in the game, sound recordings, and you can listen to them, and once you've collected them, you can just go through the library and replay them if you want. Alan Watts. Very similar vibes with the hidden sound clips. Thank you, Llama. Yeah, I know my cam blocks some of the subtitles too, which is not ideal. Maybe we can move the camera up if we need to. We do have that command still. We have to keep it. We haven't played it on stream in a really long time, but someday I will find all of the things. We're at, what, 98% in that game. This area is so cool. It's down there. It only just now occurred to me, usually finding audio logs in game means listening to parts of a horror story, but this one not so much. You mean in other games it's like, oh gosh, what is this recording? What have I witnessed? Ha! Huh. Okay, sorry. There's the staircase. I wonder what this beach looks like from an aerial view. Doesn't this look vaguely sun-shaped? It has these bits of golden land that kind of jut out. I don't know. Compared to an Einstein quote being found, yeah. 2-year streamiversary, calling it. That's when Jen completes everything. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? We won't stop streaming until we finish the game. But here's the thing about that. I think that game rewards you for taking time away and coming back. I don't think it's something where you can just brute force it and sit there until you get all the things. That would be so brutal to try to get it all in one sitting. It's like, oh no, the zombies have somehow gained intelligence. They're outside the door now. I can hear them. It's only a matter of time. True. That's what they are in Dead Space, right? You hear a bunch of recordings in that game. We finally have a puzzle we can mess with. This is a very different looking one. And thank you all for thanking the mods. I feel like I was very zoned in on the sound clip, but if your message gets bopped, no worries. It was probably a little bit either too much information or a little bit spoilery, so yeah, no hard feelings. Just the mods keeping the playthrough spoiler free. In Horizon Zero Dawn, there's clips like that. Oh, scary. So these are new. What is this thing? How do we... Let's see what happens when we complete it. Nothing, because that's what always happens if you don't get all of these. Okay, I feel like I miss the mouse for this purpose. I can only make the cursor go so fast on controller. What is this gonna do? Weird. Do you have to draw out the different types of shapes that it wants? I don't know that we have all the information we need after all. Controls aspect of the gamepad? Yes, sure, Austin. You can go ahead and do that. I'm wondering if there's something that makes the... maybe makes the cursor move at different speeds. Or something like that. Okay, I don't know what to do there yet. Forget what button is, but you can sprint with gamepad and puzzles. Perfect. We will try some things. That's exactly what I needed. Have we figured out what sprint is? There we go. What's this? Hi. But we don't know what these... I don't understand what that means yet. The symbols inside the squares. We don't know how to do that yet. Okay, what did I do? Oh, is it... We had to split them into different colors before. That's right. But how... Love the reflective water. Same. It's so pretty. Triangle means triangle. Now we can try out the sprint thing. Is it the same button as running? No. Oh, it's okay, but it's the opposite trigger. Oh, this is... Do we have to get all of these and single out the different colors? I'm assuming, right? Oh. That's not... Oh, I don't like it. Okay, we're still gonna leave you. Did we already walk over here? I think we did. I didn't find anything particularly useful yet. Weird. Very weird. Maybe as we find those other different shapes, they start to disappear from that particular door. I don't know. Just a guess. Just throwing some things out there. Ooh. Yeah, there's the sun. There's the sun temple below it. Interesting. I'm stuck. Look, it makes a circle. What does that do for us? Weird that that comes together, like, perfectly. Very interesting. I don't know what to make of this area yet. So far I don't think we've found anything to interact with. What are you? Can we look at this from up top? I don't have a very good angle to look down. Some things, so we learned also that, like, I actually can click on certain stuff. I don't know if it's only the sound recordings that I can click on, though, that do something. Sandy. It is very sandy. This is true. There's these little blocks here. Interesting. I don't know what to do with that. I feel like there's still a lot of stuff to click on. But I don't have a good grasp on what I should be messing with. That's a nice view. Let's go to this fall area. Pretty. Is there gonna be wildlife in this game? I want to see some deer drinking from the pond and some frogs hopping on the lily pads. that a clam? Wildlife, a clam! There's these pretty lanterns. This one is lit. This is like a blank post that maybe something was on, and then there's some ones that are not lit. Is that another clam? The human is the wildlife, yeah. The water reflection. I know, it's so good. Oh, here's something we can interact with. Look at how bright. Wow. And then you can see the other areas we've been. Ooh, this is new. Okay, a bunch more stuff to do here. What are you? Just a odd looking log? Okay. Let's see if I can do this. I feel like I've already messed it up. Because you can't double back like this. Oh, it's harder to make the beep beep noise with the controller. It doesn't go as fast. You don't run into your tail as quickly. Here, let me see if I can do it. Beep, 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 beep. I was about to stand up to go do something. For a brief moment, it looked like something was on fire. It's so bright. The trees, the autumn leaves are on fire. Antable, thank you for redeeming human kindness. Sending human kindness from me to you and to chat. Have a fantastic Sunday. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chilling and having just a wonderful, calm, respectful vibe. And I'm glad that you're all part of the community. Thanks for redeeming that, Antable. The fall aesthetic gives me Breath of the Wild vibes. You're failing at Snake, yeah. I can't go that fast. Can you? Does it have both? You can actually switch over to mouse for the puzzles. And then you can switch back to walk around if that's something that we want to do. Yeah, all the love in chat. It's accepting both inputs at once. Yeah, it's a good thing. What does this do when I solve it? It just goes dark like you did it wrong. Beep, beep. I feel like things got significantly more cerebral and invested after we left that other area. I just keep doing the same thing. Okay, let's step away. Is that locking? Oh, that locks the door to go down here, probably. Oh, but I want to go explore over there. It happens quick. Yeah, definitely. There's so much to look at. This is a construction site of some kind? Ooh, and they give you crunchy leaves noises for when you step on this stuff. Okay, we can do this. I know how to do this one, I think. I don't want to overestimate my skills. Find whatever happens to click. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. Like, if there's something that it's not, I don't know what to do. It's not clicking. We mess with it for a bit. We can go try something else. There was another noise in game. I'm not sure what to do with this. And I don't want to do too many puzzles where that, like that triangle one, we solved it, but I wasn't entirely sure why. Is this another one where I have to mirror image something that we saw before, maybe? But we haven't seen anything else yet? And it's not, these ones aren't transparent. Does it have to do with something in the environment that we've seen? And these are all connected. Oh, there's a big old yellow square up there. Were we able to get to that? I don't think so. I think you have to walk all the way around to get to that. I don't see a pattern on it. Maybe it's just a big square. I don't know that I get that either. Yeah, who was saying they give you a question mark? You know there's a question, but you don't know what the question is. With all of these, they don't give you any kind of instructions. Not that I am looking for any, but some of them are intuitive, you know what to do. Some of them are just really not. Oh, I think maybe we heard that door closing behind us. It was an interesting way to phrase it. The idea of it being a question of some sort. Yeah. I also, like, I get the sense that this game, I'm tempted to ask, like, oh, are there things that you can't do yet? Well, there are, but it's usually because you can see that they're connected. Whereas that one's lit up, I can interact with it, which means I'm guessing I can solve it. I just have to figure out how. I don't think that there's anything that's blocked off unless it's a screen that's not turned on. But I don't know. We haven't seen enough yet to know when there's going to be maybe clues from other areas that we have to go find and write down, or could be anything. There's like a tower on top of that thing. And we still have that one screen from the very beginning that had the 2 different wires coming off of it. We could choose which way the wire went. I don't know if we were supposed to switch that after we opened the door. This is pretty. Look at all these flowers. How do you get anything done in this game? I just want to walk around and look at it all. Is this gonna close behind me? Ominous. I don't think it closed. I think it just made cool footstep noises. Walking sim! Exactly. A hedge maze. I was thinking of waiting until later to share thoughts about the structure of the game, of what it is. Still quite early on. Yeah. Open. Can't go through there. Here's where we get into this. And these are all barred, okay. That's a set of dead ends? No. I was like, there was one gate with a puzzle on it. Are we gonna know how to do this yet? Does it make me follow the path that I walked? Is it the same shape as the garden? It's certainly the same color. Let's just see what happens. Even though I know that's not the path we took. I feel like we are... Oh god. Where can I get a good view from up there? Does it match? Is this that center thing? Yeah. And we had to go up and around. And then over and down and up. Oh. This is that little square bit. And then do we go straight back to the corner? Yeah. Okay. Stubbsy, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Thanks for coming in. How was Lemmings Paintball?
Yes.
Oh, and thanks for the follow as well. Yes. Welcome. Yes. I'm Jen the Human. This is my first time playing The Witness today. We have been doing Puzzle Sundays lately. We did Myst, and now we're digging into this one. So glad to have you here. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? Okay, I think I got this. It's the bottom left-hand corner. Then you gotta kind of backtrack in that little square area, and then come over here. Let's try it. Like this. Yeah. Okay, we haven't had a puzzle in a while. It's satisfying to finally get it. Akira Twilight, welcome in. It's a fun stream. Trying and failing to speedrun. Oh my gosh! Right on! Doing my first playthrough of The Witness. Ooh, how far in are you? Very relaxing too. I'm glad. That's awesome. Is this like a new game for you to be speedrunning, or new to speedrun altogether in general? I am familiar with the process of learning how to speedrun your very first game. It is it's something. It's challenging. It's no small feat. Doing it for a while? Nice! Okay, right on. What other games do you run? Does this open back out into the main area? Yes. Okay. Like to relax with puzzles too. Love Myst. Very cool. I played Riven as a kid, pretty much reading the whole guide, and then decided to finally play Myst. We played Baba Is You for Puzzle Sundays. We played Zumbinis for Puzzle Sundays. We're gonna be playing The Dig eventually. So many good puzzle games. Okay, this one doesn't have any gates. Do I just have to remember what path I took? Tricky? Am I going to? Didn't I just do this? No, I can't even remember. Oh, there's... Are we supposed to follow the wire? No. This time I went a different way. The dig's incredible. Nice. Yeah, and we played Outer Wilds. We were recommended the dig because we played Outer Wilds, which I love, love, love. And then we kind of started making a list of some puzzle games. One idea, if people ask how far you are, my friends and I found the name of the save files. As you can see in load save menu was pretty good at communicating it. Oh, okay. Yeah. If anybody is curious and wants to see that, we can do that. I've run Ocarina of Time, Super Monkey Ball, State of Emergency. Cool. Nice. I have run one... No, I've run 2 games. Run 2 games. Ori and the Blind Forest was the first one I ever learned. Any %, no glitches. I do okay. And we did that for a community challenge. We also ran Untitled Goose Game as a community challenge. I only ever did it one timed run, but it was great. The naming convention of the saves was a good way to avoid spoilers. So I can just go to this and it'll show you. Ta-da! 67 solved. Goose Game is fun. Yeah, it was such a good first playthrough. I laughed so much with all the cleverness of it, all the little things that you have to interact with, so good times. Speedrun on this game is fairly challenging because they get close enough to interact but not close enough to see the puzzle very closely. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Welcome in. Let me boot up my witness and check. Okay. Then we compare without spoiling any. We can compare without spoiling anything. Yeah. This is my very first stream of it today, so we're barely 3 hours in. 2:10. Nice. Very cool. And we're definitely taking our time to explore and look around, because there's lots to look at. It's beautiful. Okay. There must be something on the ground that we're supposed to follow? Maybe? I definitely just did a straight corner that time. Haven't done the maze bit yet? Yeah, it's so non-linear. You can do whatever order you want. Maggie, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, I don't know if you're playing yours completely hint-free or spoiler-free, no help from chat, but I so far have not used any lifelines. I just want to figure it out on my own. I think the community for this game is pretty much along that same lines. Like, you don't want to spoil it for people, so we've had a good go of it so far. See, now I'm just walking around and covering more tiles of the puzzle. I think that's a bad thing. I think I'm never going to remember all the steps I took at this point. How do I reset it? Oh, goodness. Only had to use chat once? Nice. One puzzle I could not get my head around. I feel that way about a lot of them at first, and then we sit there and go, I don't know. I suppose put another way, asking save name is a safer way for someone who's deep in to have an idea of what's been seen, akin to asking what someone's ship log. Yeah, kind of similar. For sure. There's a wire here, but that doesn't say what path I should take. It is always possible to come back later, yeah. Now I'm turned around. These are the ones that we have open. I see these roses, these flowers, but they're not in the puzzle. See some of this longer grass. There's a wire here that makes you think, why are you here? Thank you, Lenneth. I don't see any indicators or anything. Does this puzzle, does this... No. What if we... God, I don't have any good ideas. I was like, what if I walk backwards and then forwards again on the same path twice? Does that mean it'll register my steps? Were there gates on this one at some point, maybe? The last one had gates blocking certain parts of it. I don't understand. What if you make a path and then you walk that path afterwards? And that's how you solve it. I won't say what game it's from, but those of you who know the box of infinite complexity. Sounds intriguing. I just keep picking this path because it's the easiest one to keep track of, but obviously that's not it. This has like a ledge here, but then it disappears. I feel like we keep getting a couple puzzles in and then getting stuck. And we still haven't been able to go up high and look down at everything. Are these all the same? Did I think about that yet? That didn't even cross my mind. I don't think they're the same though. I would have recognized it. Are they close enough? I'm never gonna remember. We're gonna need screenshots or graph paper. No, because the other one you don't enter like that. It's in this bottom center of it. And the exit's in a different place. But I think you can make a similar path. But it's still not the same. Learn to have paper near me? Oh, I do. I do have... Oops, didn't mean to bump that. I have a whole notebook ready to go. That's good advice. I don't know. I kind of want to screen capture this and then take a closer look because I'm having trouble remembering what it looks like. And I gotta try something, right? It's just, this one looks so different. There's no way that I flip it that it looks the way it should. Yeah, I think this was a valiant try to come up with something new, but... Huh. And then I get here and I still have to mess with it. I don't even know if it matters what path I walk. It almost looks like... Oh, no. Never mind. What did I do? This and then this? I think so. This one's still locked. Everything else is locked. Banging our head against the puzzle. Yeah, what are you talking about? Oh, did we not go over here? Oh. It's exciting. What's happening here? Yo, you're staring me right in the face. While you're murdering that person. With your, like, fencing helmet on still. Were you sparring and things got out of hand? Look at this friend is jamming on a guitar. Oh, hi. Ready? Wait, how do I... Oh, I can... Okay, let's turn the music off before I click this so you all can hear it. And then I can maybe move my camera so you can get all the subtitles. How does that sound? Where's my chat box here? Chat box, move up, please. Camera. Move up, please. Thank you. Boost the game volume. I can do that. So that we can hear the sound clip. Okay. If it's too loud, we'll adjust swiftly. But the last one was really, really quiet. Oh, weird. It stopped registering my controller. There we go.
I boasted among men that I had known you. They see your pictures in all works of mine. They come and ask me, who is he? I know not how to answer them. I say, indeed,
oh yeah, of course,
I
Stubbsy.
cannot tell.
You're good.
They blame me, and they go away in scorn. And you sit there, smiling. I put my tales of you into lasting songs. The secret gushes out from my heart. They come and ask me, tell me all your meanings. I know not how to answer them. I say, ah, who knows what they mean? They smile and go away in utter scorn. And you sit there smiling. Rabindranath Tagore, 1910.
The voice acting's very good. The people reading those. I like that quite a bit. I think the volume was pretty good for that too. Jen, I once was a human, but now I'm an alien. Also, this game is cool. Isn't this a neat game, Kovsky? It's beautiful. Thank you for thanking the mods. I didn't want to step on these panels, but now that I have, I'm hoping there's a reset button. Oh, interesting. Is it this long thing here that's the reset? Yeah. Oh, it makes such good noises. Having full view of captions was good. We'll leave it like this then. This is perfect. I see a lot of people with this stream setup anyway because there's so many games that either the captions are the bottom or there's like maps and things at the bottom. I'm going to move this over too so it's not orphaned. Actually, we'll put it back in this corner. Sorry. And then what else did I want to do really quickly? Oh, I think we can leave the game volume up because there's mostly just ambient noise. And we can bring our music back. If it's too conflicting, if it's too much, we'll cut the music. Or well, I guess we'll cut one or the other. The captions definitely help. Yeah, the game's mostly, it's very mellow. It's really nice though. And just having the music off for a second there, you kind of hear the wind through the leaves and everything. Oh, there's no starting circle. Oh. Okay, so then should we screen capture this really quick? So that I have it as a reference. I love now that I get the tile icon for the game on my desktop is this blue square with little grid marks in it. It makes so much sense. I was wondering why they picked that, but that was before I ever opened it. Oh, the circle's over here. Okay, cool. Nice. We want to go left past this first one. And then up here. And across. Right after I moved that. Thank you, I appreciate it. Muffins, thank you so much. I've been trying to update the Ko-fi too and keep some pictures on there for you all of the cats. It's mostly a cat update and spam lots of photos of them page, but also we used it back when BB had her surgery, so I'm gonna keep it there for her health updates and things like that. Thank you. The alert's great. I love that Chocobo song. Okay, we want to go this way. And then past. Oh, interesting. It's kind of like broken up. Here, okay. Oh, it's hard for me to follow. I'm doing a lot of this look back and forth, look back and forth. But I should be able to... Oh, no. That's not gonna work. Oh, interesting. I really have to, like, sit down and solve this before we even jump on here. Because I can't do it as I can't solve it as I'm walking. Well, maybe, but... That's not what I want to do. Let's try to solve it first, then. Does it let you do any inputs on that screen? This is so interesting. And why did I walk forwards and then backwards? I don't remember doing that. Because we have to go to the right first, I think, and pick up the one in the upper right hand corner and then come back around and out, I think. I want to reset. How the panels gently sink down. It's very good. Okay. So we want to go... Oh, this is tricky. I think I can do it. I'm gonna draw it. Let's use the notebook. We haven't yet. I want to go straight up and then over. Oh, I don't know how to draw this properly. Grid paper is like the only way, yeah. Past this first one, then we're gonna turn left and then up to snag this and do a loop around the corner and then all the way down until we can't, and then over one and then down one and then over one and then down one and then out around the corner. If that made sense to you, kudos. Yeah, exactly. The lore emote while I'm writing notes. Eric, hi, welcome in. It's good to see you. I like to imagine you're planning a racetrack path. Let's see. Let's try this again. Okay. Interesting that they put this wall here, too. That's not something that's depicted in the little drawing of it. And interesting that like several chunks of these light up at the same time. I wasn't expecting that either. Okay, don't lose my place though. We want to go here and then down until we can't. Oop, I think I stepped on one I wasn't supposed to. No, we're good. And then make a little... Oh, I'm getting disoriented. Hang on. Like, do a little sidesteppy thing here. And then head out. I think we did it! Yay! The gate opened. Okay. Hi. Hello.
Yay!
Thank you for the yay! Oh goodness. Sweet sculpture garden. I know. Who made all these? Impressive. Are these modeled after specific people? Thanks for the yay! Okay, here's our next one. Yeah, wildlife. Oh. Okay. This has some extra scaffolding at spots for us. Oop. Can I walk around here? Yeah, so you can step onto the ground for these. I don't think that you're supposed to, though. But I could be wrong. Does this one have the same type of reset button? It does. And this one has white squares and black squares. It starts in the lower right hand corner. So if we were to solve this, normally we would just go straight up and then straight over to the left, right? But we've been having some trouble with some of these. Oh, this one's broken. Interesting. Also, speaking of BB, you can hear her. She knew she was summoned. You can hear her right at the door. Puzzle sabotage, yeah. Look at that. You can't, like, connect these? Is there some other way that we have to do this then? Oops. I don't know. When a puzzle is vandalized. So far we haven't seen anything like pick up objects and move them and like use different items and stuff. Is this another recording? No. But it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Oh, is this how we get to the tower I wanted to get to? And look down at the garden? CG, thank you for redeeming human kindness. Thank you, thank you. Sending human kindness from me to you and to all of chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of the human race. It's really good to know you. It's good to have you hanging out with us. Thanks for using your channel points. Oh. We're gonna have to bring BB in soon, too. Oh, where does this go? Just so you know, I did change the human kindness redemption around a little bit. I went back to how we used to have it, where it's just, I send it to you, I send it to all the chat. We had a little bit of a problem with them being overused, and I don't want it to lose its meaning because they're so nice, they're so special. We've always had human kindness for channel points since the very beginning, but I really appreciate you all using it. I'm glad you like it, sending human kindness to everybody. And Wolf, thank you so much for using your channel points for a cat cameo. let's let BB in so she can say hi. I was either gonna have to bring her in at some point or go give her a treat and have her hang out in the other room. Or we can just listen to her beautiful meows through the door. That's always welcome, I suppose. Baby, come say hello to your admirers. She's super fluffy. She had a nice long nap in the sun today. The musical stylings of BB, I know. Here she is. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you, thank you. BB sending human kindness to all of you as well. If you haven't met BB yet, if you're new here, her full name is Beatrix Kiddo, but we call her BB. Just a little fluff ball. You want snuggles? Yeah, you're very snuggly. She says, I don't want to go to the vet tomorrow. Don't make me. Doop, doop, doop. Doop, doop, doop. She's like very sleepy. Being very good for the camera. Good job. I feel like she doesn't always have this good of eye contact. Look at her. She wants to show off that cute nose. What you doing? I mean, we're not complaining. thinking about? She's solving the witness? Probably. Actually. You'll get your paws in a comfier spot. I bet she's already beaten the witness in her free time. Hey. Alright, friends. Thank you for the cat cameo. See chat later. Say bye for now. Alright, I'll be right back. And we're back. This screen. Back to me exploring. Back to knowing not where to go next. The cross feet. Yeah. She does that a lot. Thanks everyone for being so nice to BB. This is beautiful. Where does all this go? This game loves scaffolding. I gotta be on the lookout for more statues. There's a couch over here. This has to be a sound recording. Just a chill view of the ocean. Okay, I like it. Yeah, why not? This is all that's blocked off from going over there. There's nothing over there but cliffs. Excellent place for a couch. Yeah, I can imagine just chilling by the ocean, listening to some music, reading a book or something. Trav, thank you so much. Thanks for the coffee. I appreciate it. Thank you for using that Ko-fi link. You're all very kind. It helps out a lot. I appreciate it. I already said that, but I can't say it too many times. All the hype. All the love. Thanks, Trav. It doesn't look like this center piece is connected to anything. Oh, there, it's connected right here. This is a wrecked ship. Where's Fantoon? I hear some other noises. I think it's part of the lo-fi, actually. I think this lo-fi has some very subtle, like, voice clips in it. Oh, cool. Ko-fi is such a cool platform. Happy to help support the stream in any way I can. Thank you. It is a cool platform. Ko-fi creators get 100% of their payout, unlike Twitch subs. Small plug for Ko-fi there. And it's becoming more and more flexible. You actually can have subscribers and tiers, different tiers of subscribers. Right now, I just have everything available to anybody that wants to check in on it. But you can customize your page. There's different options with like premium too, if you upgrade to that. Dang, this is kind of spooky in here. But I've liked, oh my gosh, there's so many interesting ambient noises in here. I've liked Ko-fi so far. I haven't been using it for very long. This is the first place with, I guess, louder noises. Oh, this is so interesting. I don't think I can get up there. Some snorkeling. Yeah, can we go snorkeling in this game? This is the same layout as the ship from Octodad, I think. That's where we just were, right? And they just give you this to explore? Look at how cool. That looks like channel wood over there. Tell me that's not channel wood. Oh, hi.
A shipowner was about to send to sea an emigrant ship. He knew that she was old and not well built at the first.
I think you
That
could
she
still
had
hear it
seen
with the
many
music.
seas and climes, and often had needed repairs. Doubts had been suggested to him that possibly she was not seaworthy. These doubts preyed upon his mind and made him unhappy. He thought that perhaps he ought to have her thoroughly overhauled and refitted, even though this should put him at great expense. Before the ship sailed, however, he succeeded in overcoming these melancholy reflections. He said to himself that she had gone safely through so many voyages and weathered so many storms that it was idle to suppose she would not come safely home from this trip also. He would put his trust in Providence, which could hardly fail to protect all these unhappy families that were leaving their fatherland to seek for better times elsewhere. He would dismiss from his mind all ungenerous suspicions about the honesty of builders and contractors. In such ways, he acquired a sincere and comfortable conviction that his vessel was thoroughly safe and seaworthy. He watched her departure with a light heart and benevolent wishes for the success of the exiles in their strange new home that was to be. And he got his insurance money when she went down in mid-ocean and told no tales. What shall we say of him? Surely this, that he was verily guilty of the death of those families. It is admitted that he did sincerely believe in the soundness of his ship, but the sincerity of his conviction can in no wise help him, because he had no right to believe on such evidence as was before him. He had acquired his belief not by honestly earning it in patient investigation, but by stifling his doubts. And although in the end he may have felt so sure about it that he could not think otherwise, yet inasmuch as he had knowingly and willingly worked himself into that frame of mind, he must be held responsible for it. William K. Clifford, 1874.
All right. I like that. I want to go to Channelwood. The sound clips are so cool. Was not expecting that. I don't know how everything really ties in yet, if it even does. No implication for today's worlds at all. Whew. Oh, here's a puzzle. Oh, right, we were doing these. This one is behind us. Oh, these... Okay, so maybe now that we have an interactive way to look at this, maybe this will make sense for that other one in the desert if I can figure it out here with the tiles that we can step on. Maybe that'll help me. Darren, what's up? How are you? Welcome in. I see that puzzled face. The witness is really good so far. Oh, how do we even get to the start? Well, I guess we have to step on this first batch, right? And that did 3 squares? Not 4. Interesting. Like the puzzle color, this teal is very pretty. Well, I'm assuming we have to start here, or we have to make this light up. I really... I don't understand what these mean. Also, I kind of want to try something really quick. If I can window capture my snip and sketch tool, then like every time I snip something new from the game, you should see it, which could be really handy so you know what I'm looking at. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of this, like looking back and forth. I don't know if it'll window capture this, but we can try. Oh! I didn't have to do anything. It's just new. So I keep looking at these yellow squares on there. It's like having a window into your memory. Yeah, my augmented memory. Is it telling me that I'm supposed to turn a specific way? Love the feeling when software just works, yeah. 2, 3. And that makes me think... Wait, actually... I'm a little lost for a second. Hang on. Doesn't it seem like there's far more panels than there are squares? The grid's only a 4x4. One, 2, 3, 4. But we're around the outside of these green squares in the middle, which are these wooden ones. I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. I think that's how it's been the whole time. It's just I have to take a second. It is really odd. That makes me think we have to have 4 tiles lit up by this upper right hand corner. But I mean, yeah, sure, here's... Oh, can we jump down there? No. 4 tiles lit up and some other tiles lit up. Also, I didn't account for this being here. That's a nuisance. Humans or birds of a feather, whatever you call it. Glad you're having a good time. Having that pinned screenshot is fooling my brain into thinking it's a live view. I don't have to have it the whole time, too. I just, if you're curious what it is that I'm looking at while I solve these, it's right there for ya. I feel like the way I'm gonna end up playing this game is like going through to every area that I can and doing the first like however many 1 or 2 puzzles and then being like, okay, I don't know how to do the next one, and just moving on. We're gonna have finished every easy puzzle. Oh, look at the statues down there. Every easy puzzle before we come back and try the ones that I didn't immediately know how to solve. That's how you played it too? Well, that's good. I'm not the only one who has that immediate reaction of like, I don't know. I don't know what to do here at all. Just fill the whole grid. This puzzle is bonkers. I'm going somewhere else. The beginning, though, we crushed that one area and now we're really slowing down. I think that part... I don't know if they wanted you to go there right away, but I'm glad we went there right away because I got to feel smart for a little bit. Oh, we can step on that one. Why did I think we couldn't? Okay, we lit up the whole grid. That's the solution, right? I honestly think that's healthy for a lot of puzzle games, including... Oh, including Baba Is You. True. This really looks like it should be something. Maybe it was a gate that opened. I don't know. Alright, let's reset. I just don't know how I'm supposed to understand what these yellow squares are. Your approach is healthier than what I did, which was spending way too much time on whatever I ran into. I'm very tempted. I want to finish things as I come across them, but also, if you don't know, you don't know. And then this door is locked. I know I haven't been chatting much, but I have to hop out. The headache's not getting any better. I'm gonna try laying down. Okay, Fenris. I hope it does get better. I hope laying down helps. No worries about the chatting. I want you to feel better. Take care. We'll see you around. That one comes to mind. Seeing a recent burst of playthroughs of Baba, and people vary on how much they're willing to step away in return. Yeah. I think this is really interesting that you can't avoid stepping on this first set of squares here. And it's around... It's inside of this one that it has that little Tetris thing. Oh, that immediately made those two go? Does that happen every time? Does it treat that walkway as just one block? Since on the overall grid it would be one block anyway? Yeah. Are we supposed to... Is this like the colors where we're supposed to draw a line between the different shapes? Maybe? We could try that. I don't think I've tried that yet. Maybe it threw me off that they were the same color? I think I want to go all the way to the left then. But then I feel like the shapes should mean something. I don't know. If we go like this, this does break them off into different sections, right? Or no? Didn't do it. How would we break them off into different sections? How did we do that before? I feel like we had to go up first and like cut it off from the side and then go straight to the exit and make like a zigzag through the middle. But they ruined that for you by putting that one set of blocks right when you walk out. Very strange. Like, I wish that I could draw an outline. The program supports, oh yeah, it does. Good call. Supports doodling on the screenshot, so you can, like, if I really want to show you what I'm thinking, I can, oh, I didn't mean to capture cursor, oh well. Draw, like, I wish that I could make this Tetris block here and this Tetris block here, because that's what it feels like it wants me to do, or something. But how do I know that this label of the yellow squares, why does it put it on this one? Why wouldn't it put it on this one? If that makes any sense. Like, it could be here, I don't know. But this one has to be all the way to the right because there's no other room nearby. I also don't know if it has to be that orientation. Can it be like this? But still, you can't like close the loop on any of these circles. You can't just make a loop and then walk away. Or can you? I don't know. There's so many things to try. It's right in the title of Snip and Sketch. Yeah. But I never really use it. I don't use it for sketching very often. I used to use it. I think it used to be called like Snipping Tool. And then they changed the name. Microsoft decided to give it a new, Windows decided to give it a new name. But I use it for everything. I use it so much. Okay. What if we... Yeah, that's a good idea. I didn't think of that, Austin, if I wanted to try to communicate what was going through my head. I don't love this solution because it doesn't feel like concrete. It doesn't feel like, oh yeah, that's definitely the answer. But we can try it. It's so interesting that these walking puzzles let you double back too. I wonder if that's part of it. I don't know. You've just been looking at the toolbar at the top and saw the markers, yeah. No, icons are impactful, clearly. No. Which, I mean, it makes sense that that didn't work, because that's not a path I would be able to take in the original puzzle. But it was worth trying. Maybe we can go back and look at this now and see what it looks like. I don't know. I don't get it. I think we're gonna move on. But I really want to get to Channelwood. We're covering a lot of ground today. We're going to a lot of different areas. Getting the full tour. These are more of different ones that we haven't done yet. Oh, another... Can I get it from up here? I can. You ready for another sound clip?
If a man, holding a belief which he was taught in childhood or persuaded of afterwards, keeps down and pushes away any doubts which arise about it in his mind, purposely avoids the reading of books and the company of men that call into question or discuss it, and regards as impious those questions which cannot easily be asked without disturbing it, the life of that man is one long sin against mankind. But, says one, I am a busy man. I have no time for the long course of study which would be necessary to make me in any degree a competent judge of certain questions, or even able to understand the nature of the arguments. Then he should have no time to believe. William K. Clifford, 1874.
I like it. I had a moment where I thought maybe I could do these puzzles by just like clicking into that menu from here, you know? And then tapping on... Oh, you can't see my cursor. I should probably hide the thing we're not using anymore. But it didn't pan out. It didn't work. But I thought it was a fun thought. See, I want to like click on the circle from here. Otherwise, why would they give you this nice vantage point? Tap, 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 tap. I'm not very good at sprinting. I keep running directly into things. If I step off the path there, do I undo the puzzle? It's possible. I really don't want to undo anything that we've done. I don't want to miss anything on the walk back either. Did we go up here? Everywhere in the game is a nice vantage point, true, yeah. I said I wanted to try to get up higher. I wanted to get up there. I don't think we're gonna be able to do that yet. Look through the little tiny windows. Okay, that was the one, that was the series that we just abandoned for now. This is the hedge series that we couldn't get through that one fall one with the dead bushes, and this is where we came in. Okay. So we know a little bit of what's to see there. Oh, you can walk all along this outside wall, too. Solve some and have an idea of what they're about. Yeah, definitely. I can sit on it, think about it for a while. And now we get to go to Channelwood. Oh, it's like, it's not exactly the same, but it has the spirals, and it has the lower platforms and the upper platforms. Oh, you can't... Here's another one of these mysterious pillars. We've seen this before. Does this mark your progress or something, maybe? I didn't see one on the entrance to that other area, but we'll check this maybe on our way out. Or does this power something? Power this bridge? I feel like that's not a coincidence that we've seen a couple of these. Mysterious thing is mysterious. Is that the only entrance to get to Channelwood? I thought there was... Yeah. I was like, I thought there was a path down here, too. Oh. This looks like death. Scary Channelwood. Oh, I never expected to get that nostalgic about Mist, but this was my favorite part. I feel like it's a lot of people's favorite part. Especially the fireflies. It's over here. Looking for sound recordings, looking for statues, looking for clues, and just looking. Not enough frog sounds, yeah. They made the water this cool green color. Oh, can we not get to any of the platforms, though? Are those all something you have to get to by going up on the top and then taking the elevator down? Or I just have to be more observant about where to step. Can I actually step on these spikes? They look like straight up spikes to me. I guess they're not. It's not that kind of game. Spikes. Agreed, that shows it's a lively place, even if not the best to drink. Yeah. Don't drink the green water. The witness meets Celeste. We said there was parkour in this game. There's also platforming. There's also spikes.
Yes! Yes!
It's a game of many things.
Yes!
Cyan, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Steps on spike. You died. Well, shoot. Oh, the rest of the platforms are out there, which it looks like there's a bridge that expands at some point to get you across. Aww, we can't go over there yet? I didn't even see something for us to work on here yet. There's some of the autumn leaves. Those are a little out of place here. They gave them their whole own tree. Such goals up there, yeah. Well, maybe it's something I haven't done yet. Maybe it's up here in this grassy area. Can't walk up on that. We could go up the mountain and see what that light is all about that we got to shine up there. I wish you could walk through tall grass. Okay, it's fine. Can I walk through these flowers? No. Is this an entrance to channel wood? Oh no, this looks like one of the other ones we saw. With the yellow square. But that... okay. I watched some YouTube videos with champion Sudoku players for, and very randomly one of them just started streaming this game too. Any old name will do. Welcome in. HP, hi, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Butterfly meme. Are you an entrance to channel wood? Yeah. I'm gonna make a Jen butterfly meme. Okay, we have some new things we can work on. We have some bright yellow floors. And, I don't know, some cool trees, some cool rocks. We'll see how much time we get to spend here. Oh, indie, exactly. Ta-da! We are sipping on Kroger brand seltzer HP. This is mandarin orange flavor. It's pretty good. Hey Mel, welcome in. Yeah, this is Mist. So why did this work? Those look like squares. Oh, is this finally gonna teach us what the little boxes mean? But is it... okay, so it's in relation to the green squares and how many you're like stringing together, not in relation to the grid as a whole, is what it seems like so far. Yeah, it's really good so far, Mel. Have you played The Witness? It's beautiful. It's like a walking simulator through the most gorgeous island, and then, oh yeah, there's a bunch of puzzles hidden everywhere that you can choose to complete or not. You can just leave them. You don't even have to do them. It's a good seltzer we stand, Kroger. Nice, yeah. I did a huge grocery trip yesterday. I'm so glad. My cupboards were bare. Learning time. Point out another gamepad thing I remembered. You think I found it? Oh, that we can like strafe through the puzzles like this? Yeah. When I was doing keyboard and mouse, I figured out how to do it, but we hadn't had a string of screens like this since I switched to gamepad. I don't think. Okay, so do you have to make like a complete border with the corner? Maybe? I don't know. I still don't understand it fully, but we'll do our best. Oh, you have to put it inside of that. Yeah. Okay. But how? Oh. Did I do it right? No, that's facing the wrong way. Like this? No. So it has to be the same orientation that that one is? No. I don't like it. Of course, it's like the last thing we try. Are we gonna be able to solve it still from here? Oops. Oh, okay. I'm glad we found an area that teaches us this because I was feeling really, really dumb, really unsure of myself of why it didn't click for me that there were these yellow squares inside of blocks. But that makes me feel a lot better that if maybe we don't know that problem set yet because we haven't been to a certain area. Starts hearing Tetris theme. Game does such a good job of introducing one variable to the control each time rather than stacking a whole bunch of new ideas at once, at least when you find a tutorial puzzle set. So, okay. I mean, that makes sense. I guess... I don't know. I'm so hesitant to know, like, anything about the game. Because we've kind of learned that, like, there's maybe areas like the first one we did, which is good, which is encouraging, which means I get to go walk around and find others like this. With your suppositions before you found this place. I got excited when I saw a series of panels like this. Okay. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna keep going. Now we know what to do with these. I think, yeah, and it's so hard when you have, like, guesses and suppositions and maybe I'll try this, maybe I'll try this. It's an infinite number of things you can try, and it's really hard to keep at it when you're like, I don't have any way to know if this is worthwhile for me or not, so I'm probably just gonna leave it until later. Why are you in the middle, though? Don't like that. I don't think this is gonna work. The failure noise is so bleak. Can you make, like, double the size of it? Or I guess maybe it would be... Well, I don't know. No, that does not work. But then... Do we do this? Can you make them... I feel like this set of first panels is the area to experiment even more. And see what variations you can do of things. Are we just supposed to do this? We have to close that line. I don't understand. I don't understand it. Boop. Am I supposed to go this way? I'm supposed to have you back into this one? No, because you can't. So far, I don't know how to make shapes like that. But I get that. You can loop back around like this, but you're never gonna be able to have like, cause snake, you can't have the tail touching the body of whatever shape you're trying to make. It doesn't work. Is this the only next one? Are we already stuck again? This is some very teal, bright aqua water. Oh. Is this not gonna work because those are open? No, that still works. Because snake, yeah. Why? I have no words for this one. Yeah, exactly, Wooden. So, from what it looks like, can we do this? Can you combine them like that? No? Here, just block off the whole 4. So we're doing some addition. Cool. Like it. Into it. Alright. Good thing I went over here. But now why? These are slightly different. Why? Is it because they still have to stack? This isn't going to be the same solution twice in a row, right? Oh, it is. So they don't have to stack. They're just teaching you that they don't have to stack. This one didn't have to stack. Gonna tell my kids this was math class. I ran into the same sort of situation here. Thanks, Austin. I wound up having to backtrack on this row. Okay. We'll get there eventually. I still feel like I don't know what's going on. Here, let's restart. Do you work like this? No. But why? Is this... So this is literally Tetris? Wait, what did I do before this? Okay, that time it was different. Rabbit, welcome in. We're trying some things. This one's different. Oh, because it's 3 blocks. Math! We said it was math! Now this one is gonna be like... Wait, no, but I have to... Oops. Oh, interesting. See, now we get to where I still don't understand. Game goes from making you feel really smart to really dumb in a few seconds. Yeah, truly. That's why it's nice to have music on and it's nice that it's so pretty, because you could just be like, well, that's alright, we'll go look at something else. Wow, isn't this peaceful? Good sciencing to try to figure out other solutions. The power of science! This isn't gonna... That worked! Oh no, it just was flashing. I thought I clicked the button. Okay, cool. I thought I had clicked the complete. That one works, that one works, that one works. Because they're inside of the thing. But we have to make them... So is it just purely 6? It doesn't matter? Is it just a way of showing you how many blocks there are? It doesn't actually have to be in a square? No. I feel like it has to be like this then? Weird. Who can say? I know. Alright, so then we can try this again now that we have more information. And we can put these together. And that should work in theory. Wow. Bright white for these. What color was this one? Yellow? Yeah. Interesting. Also, they've got kind of this Tetris thing going on with the boardwalk here. Okay, this probably exists, but I want an aerial view of so many of these puzzles. I feel like this is the type of thing where people just have a artistically done map of the witness on their wall somewhere. It's gotta be so pretty if you're just looking at the whole island from above. It gets to be a bit much, but it's my favorite way to try and encourage chat to be patient. If what gets to be a bit too much? Oh, the who can say? No, you're good. I don't mind it. I don't know if chat minds it. But then this powered on something that we still can't continue. Is there a panel that I can get to from far away? Where does this cable go? Over there? Super colorful. There's another yellow. There's so many of these yellow cubes. Are they quantum? There's a no-clip documentary, but not a cheat system. Oh, pretty. This is so nice. I feel like we're going on a hike now. Okay, this is blocked to us. We found a spot. Yeah. I don't know if there was a recording on the floor. Oh! I was too focused on the waterfall. This is so nice. An aerial view, yeah. Just as I mean, there's always an aerial view somewhere because you've got the mountain. Oh, hi! As I look back up. I don't know if Mom the human is still in chat. I don't like to call people out of lurk. I don't know what she's doing. Maybe eating dinner. But I feel like she's got to be loving this game. This is something she would like to watch. She doesn't like all the games that we play on Twitch. She stops in to say hi. And hang out with us for a bit. But I feel like this is one she's actually enjoying. Oh, interesting. Look at that, look at that spiral! That spiral has little dots and then... That's the puzzles we're doing. It has starting points and ending points. It's gotta mean something. Maybe it doesn't, but it's cool. There's our shadow. Hey! Can we go down there? How long have we been streaming? 4.5 hours. Time flies. This game is, I don't know, just so easy to get lost in. What is that over there? I can't really tell from here. This reminds me of Breath of the Wild. What's that one, like, spiral cove area that you have to go into? Can I do this puzzle from atop the cliff? I can't even see what we're supposed to do with it. I don't think so. Look, it's me. I forgot. We should have tried to do this from up there. Look. Let me trace the path. Taking a nice walk. Mm-hmm. Is there anything? Any drawings on the walls? Gosh, I can't believe that I didn't see that until I was right underneath it. Gorgeous. I don't think it's gonna let me solve it from up there, even if I could. It might be locked. It might not be powered on or something. Do we want to keep going this way or should we go back? I know I missed a bunch. It feels like I missed a bunch. It feels like we solved a puzzle and then I didn't know what it unlocked. I was wondering if you'd commented on the statue when I wasn't looking. I hadn't seen it yet. Oh, cool. This is just a big old pipe. Big old paint bucket of yellow paint. Is that what's painting all these cubes? I wonder if the cubes lead you to the different tutorial sections. Is missing a bunch just moving on to find more? Yeah. You can't lose by leaving an area to go look at something else. Because you're gonna be able to see even more stuff. Is this moss that's actually coming out of there? But it looks like paint? Where is this? Oh. Beautiful. The yellow cube is what the light projector came out of. So this is like a finishing area. It looks like it's organized too by the different types of I guess water we saw, but it's little petals and leaves and things that were floating on the water. What is this columnar joining? Yes. Devil's Tower is in this game. I want to keep going up and see where this light that we achieved goes to. This is... oh. This is great because this gives us kind of an overview of, oh, hi. Oh, it's another triangle. But we don't know what we did that... Do we have to make all these match? No. Oh, and once you do it, you can undo it. Okay, cool. I don't know what that does. Oh, there's a little statue of someone climbing up the side. You always love views over across tree canopies. Yeah, look at that. That's a good one. This looks like a bamboo forest, actually. Are we getting any different lighting too? I don't get the sense that time is passing on the island, but I could be wrong. I actually maybe don't answer that. I don't know if that has important meaning to any of the puzzles here. It seems like that's as far up as we can go for now. We can go this way. I see the hand of the statue just poking out from behind that bush. High five. Yeah. Here's our aerial view. I asked for it. We should probably stare at the sun for, say, 1.5 hours just to be sure. I can see my house from here. I can see my windmill from here. I didn't know... I had no idea this game would be like this. For the first day, I feel like I should have prepared... Another climber. Prepared myself, prepared chat. If you've never played this game, been like, yeah, come in and watch me walk around the island for the first day. But there's no way to know that. You don't want to spoil anything. It wouldn't have been nearly as delightful if I already knew that day one was just gonna be looking at all the pretty stuff. I love how vantage points tie the whole place together. Yeah. And you get new perspective on the different puzzles. Like, I didn't know that other platform was down there. So I think that means we're gonna climb up through there first. Is this a sound recording? Are we too far away? Just to see the island being explored. It's a cool island. Oh, we've got snow up here. Whoa. Cool. Interesting. Looking at the pretty stuff is honestly the main attraction for me. Yeah, this is great. Oh, hi. Sound clip time.
Up there, you go around every hour and a half, time after time after time. You wake up usually in the mornings, and just the way that the track of your orbits go, you wake up over the Mideast, over North Africa. As you eat breakfast, you look out the window as you're going past, and there's the Mediterranean area, and Greece, and Rome, and North Africa, and the Sinai, the whole area. And you realize that in one glance,
Really good
that
audio
what you're
log.
seeing
Yeah.
is what was the whole history of man for years, the cradle of civilization. And you go around down across North Africa and out over the Indian Ocean and look up at that great subcontinent of India, pointed down
Just wanna
toward
see
you
all this.
as you go past it. And Ceylon off to the side, Burma, Southeast Asia, out over the Philippines, and up across that monstrous Pacific Ocean. Vast body of water. You've never realized how big that is before. And you finally come up across the coast of California and look for those friendly things. Los Angeles and Phoenix, and on across El Paso. And there's Houston. There's home. And you look, and sure enough, there's the Astrodome. And you identify with that, you know? It's an attachment. And down across New Orleans, and then looking down to the south, and there's the whole peninsula of Florida laid out. And all the hundreds of hours you spent flying across that route, down in the atmosphere, all that is friendly again. And you go out across the Atlantic Ocean and back across Africa. And you do it again, and again, and again. And that identity, that you identify with Houston, and then you identify with Los Angeles, and Phoenix, and New Orleans, and everything. And the next thing you recognize in yourself is you're identifying
That
with
one
North
storm
Africa.
cloud.
You look forward to that. You anticipate it. And there it is. That whole process begins to shift of what it is you identify with. When you go around it in an hour and a half, you begin to recognize that your identity is with that whole thing. And that makes a change. You look down there, and you can't imagine how many borders and boundaries you crossed again and again and again.
Just waiting
And you
for
don't
the
even see them. At that wake-up
the
scene,
sound clip
the Mideast,
before I move on.
you know there are hundreds of people
I really
killing
like
each
this
other
one.
over some imaginary line that you can't see. From where you see it, the thing is a whole, and it's so
Oh,
beautiful.
Loki, have a good one.
And
You already
you wish
left,
you could
sorry.
take one from each
Thanks
side
for
of
being
your hand
here.
and say, look at it from this perspective. Look at that. What's important? And so a little later on, your friend, again those same neighbors, another astronaut, the person next to you goes out to the moon. And now he looks back and sees the Earth not as something big where he can see the beautiful details, but he sees the Earth as a small thing out there. And now that contrast between that bright blue and white Christmas tree ornament
You can see
and
all
that
the
black
areas
sky,
from here.
that infinite universe,
Pretty detailed
really
too.
comes through. The size of it, the significance of it, it becomes both things. It becomes so
Nice.
small and so fragile, and such a precious little spot in that universe that you can block it out with your thumb. And you realize that on that small spot, that little blue and white thing is everything that means
We
anything to
start
you.
over there.
All of history and music and poetry and art and war and death and birth and love, tears, joy, games, all of it is on that little spot out there that you can cover with your thumb. And you realize that that perspective, that you've
Very
changed.
human sentiment, yeah.
That there's something new there. That relationship is no longer what it was. And then you look back on the time when you were outside on that EVA and those few moments that you had the time because the camera malfunctioned, that you had the time to think about what was happening. And you recall staring out there at the spectacle that went before your eyes. Because now, you're no longer inside something with a window looking out at a picture. But now you're out there, and what you've got around your head is a goldfish bowl, and there are no limits here. There are no frames. There are no boundaries. You're really out there, over it, floating, going 25,000 miles per hour, ripping through space, a vacuum, and there's not a sound. There's a silence, the depth of which you've never experienced before. And that silence contrasts so markedly with the scenery and the speed with which you know you're going.
I think.
That contrast, the mix of those two things, really comes through. And you think about what you're experiencing and why. Do you deserve this? This fantastic experience? Have you earned this in some way? Are you separated out to be touched by God to have some special experience here that other men cannot have? You know the answer to that is no. There's nothing that you've done that deserves that earned that. It's not a special thing for you. You know very well at that moment, and it comes through to you so powerfully that you're the sensing element for man. You look down and see the surface of that globe that you've lived on all this time, and you know all those people down there. They are like you. They are you. And somehow you represent them when you are up there. A sensing element. That point out on the end. And that's a humbling feeling. It's a feeling that says you have a responsibility. It's not for yourself. The eye that doesn't see does not do justice to the body. That's why it's there. That's why you're out there. And somehow you recognize that you're a piece of this total life. You're out on that forefront and you have to bring that back somehow. And that becomes a rather special responsibility. It tells you something about your relationship with this thing we call life. And when you come back, there's a difference in that world now. There's a difference in that relationship between you and that planet, and you and all those other forms of life on that planet, because you've had that kind of experience. It's a difference, and it's so precious. And all through this, I've used the word you because it's not me. It's not Dave Scott. It's not Dick Gordon, Pete Conrad, John Glenn. It's you. It's us. It's we. It's life. It's had that experience. And it's not just my problem to integrate. It's not my challenge to integrate, my joy to integrate. It's yours. It's everybody's. Russell Schweikart, 1975.
Mental vibing. Seriously. That was a good one. That was so cool. We just got to vibe up here and look at the beautiful scenery and listen to that quote and take it all in. Can't complain. I can't. This game's great. We're gonna play this again. We're gonna get through as many puzzles as we can until my brain falls apart. There's a lot to take in that I didn't really comment on because we were listening, but I'll recap what I saw as I was walking around. Semi, thank you for gifting a sub to Lenneth. I appreciate it. Lenneth, welcome to the human race. Enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. Thanks for appreciating the witness with us and getting to see a first playthrough. Semi, thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, Soul Vibes, welcome in. If anybody came in during that, I know that was a long clip there, but it was worth it. And I think we said Good night to Loki. He had to dip out while we were listening. Whew. Yeah, that was very cool. There's a lot of statues up here. First of all, let me just point out that this follows the river. And there's another totem right there. So we're gonna do that in a second. There's the sound clip, and then this person surveying, taking a photo of what's happening here, which is a lot. Haven't quite put that together. There's somebody over here at a podium. There's this person climbing, falling from this pole. These poles kind of look like the totems we saw too, but not quite. It's a long clip, but it's an important story to share. Yeah. As soon as you hear the hour and a half and you hear like going over the various landmarks and you're like, oh, we're in space. Oh no. This is gonna hit hard. I have to stop and listen to this. Just the moment of yeah, realizing what was being recounted. This friend is sleeping. They have like a chisel, a shovel, something in their hand. Is this when they were building all this? Because there's somebody up on this arch too. And there's these like strips of fabric. And this is very concerning, this image here. I don't know what's going on here. But there's one latch uncovered, probably from the one light that we lit up so far. There's 3 yellow stripes on the ground. There's like a cable wrapping around and attached to this box. And then the light hit the thing that's all the way up there at the top. What else did we see while we were up here? Oh, this encounter. Not really sure what's happening here. Yelling. Okay, he's got a book. Yeah, there's a whole lot going on up here. There was someone... You've got that little tool also. There was someone asleep with a laptop with that tool. You've got that tool. Maybe it's not a laptop. Is this like a tool box? Funny that that shape automatically makes me think laptop, but it looks like that thing might have fit into there, maybe? I don't know. You're hammering this with a sledgehammer. I don't know if you're giving a speech or you're giving everyone instructions on what to do. Initially read it as a laptop, but then this one... Oh yeah, I guess I saw the markings and it looks like a trackpad and then a section where there would be keys, but... I don't know. It's scary. Quite the group of characters, yeah. I love to see people interpret what's going on. Yeah, I do not know. So far, could be anything. Oh, there's a little flower. We've been seeing those everywhere. Did I see anything new on the ground from up here that I didn't see, that I didn't comment on? That we haven't seen yet from walking around? You can see pretty much all the yellow boxes from up here. It looks like there's one in the bamboo. Oh, hi. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot we had some people climbing up the side. To see what's going on as more than just raw puzzles, yeah. Definitely. Alright, shall we do this now? Is it gonna let us? That looks like a sound clip right there, too. Can't get to it, though. I don't know what it did, but maybe it did something. Boop. Can't do anything with it yet. Okay, should we head back down? Should we try to get to this river? There's so much still to explore. I feel like I probably missed some things. Along the edges here, maybe. Well, we just did this loop. Tally-ho. Unavoidable to not miss things, yeah. It's just, you know, you gotta go back and look at things again. With fresh eyes, I'm sure that helps to take breaks from this game and then dive back in. Ooh, I have a question. Are there Steam achievements for this game, and are they spoilery? Should I not look at them? This is foggy now? Was this misty and foggy like that before? There are trophies, but that's it. You'll take a look? Okay. I'm curious if this is also the type of game where it's like, put the game down for several days and pick it back up, or what's the one? There's one that's like a year or a 5-year achievement in some game. You turn them off. There are two. They're very non-spoilery. Oh, interesting. Zach, how's it going? Welcome in. How's life? Was this open before? I don't think it was. This is this is interesting. Do we know how to do this puzzle yet? Oh, maybe. Thank you for the hydrate. I first ran into the PlayStation achievements and nearly all were marked as secret until completed. Oh. Okay, cool. Oh, interesting. It doesn't do what I thought it was gonna do, which is give us... Oh, is the yellow one invisible again? Oh no. What's the easiest way for me to test it? How can we make the... Find the tail? Oh, there it is. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, this game. Oh. Okay. That's gonna get it because it's at that point right there. This rule set makes me want to cry. This is... that's a lot of rules. A beep counter. Okay. This is really tricky. I think if I go here, that picks that one up, but now we're stuck. Beep, beep. What if I make a way out? That should still pick it up. And now I have to separate... Oh. the black from the white and pick up the last blue. Beep. I don't know where the other one's at. I think it's occupying that, like, whole space there. I don't think I can go over here either, right? Oh, I can pick this up. But isolating the black and white is the problem. What if we do... No, because I can't go further to the right here. Interesting. Is that all because of the, like, long escape route I made there? Yeah. It's jutting out on the other side of the yellow dot. I think. So, and we made that because we wanted the yellow one to pick up the yellow dot. But there's probably a better way to get it to do that. I kind of want to lose all of this. What was over here to the right? A blue one? No, there's nothing over there. Maybe we want to prioritize isolating the black and the white first, and we can pick up the yellow as we're doing that. Steam release, the achievements just pared it down to 2. 1 hidden until completed. Oh, okay. So I'm curious about the other ones. Obviously, I don't want to know them right now if they're spoilery, but kind of makes sense once free of the compulsory achievement requirements for console. Seeing it reduced on Steam makes me wonder if that's what would have been originally desired. That you have to do them for console? Is there a set number that you have to create so that you have, like, a trophy available? I kind of liked my other way better, but... This isn't gonna work. I mean, it achieves the black and white stuff, but we didn't pick up that yellow dot. I imagine it's more of a monetized system on console, at least in the age of XBLA, coming down to gamer points earnable being roughly equated to the price of the games. Oh, interesting. Okay, I need to re-evaluate. What if we go along... Oh, interesting. What if we go along the outside and have the yellow help us isolate the black from the white? No, because we have to... No, I don't think that's a good idea. We have to get up to that left-hand corner with the blue because we got to get that blue dot. What if we... Oh, they put this blue one in such an awful spot right there. Because they make it so that I have to go to the right instead of going like this to get the yellow and then move onward. I mean, I could do this, I guess. And then we can come out here. And now... that's not smart. Because the yellow's picking up the dot right now, but it's blocking us. Okay. No bad ideas, just evil puzzles. I don't know if this one's evil yet. This is gonna block the... yeah. This is gonna block us. We can make the loop one further down. Does that help us? I don't know. Enjoyed this game, but it's still not quite my favorite puzzle game. Yeah. I just love how much stuff there is to explore and look at in between the puzzles. If you're sick of it, you go, okay, relax. Back up. Let's go hang out at the waterfall and chill, and we'll come back later. At least we know the rules to this one. I know, that's why I'm like latched onto this, because at least I know how the rules work. Whereas some of the other ones... But we know how the yellow squares work, theoretically, now. That one that looked like... what is it called in Axiom Verge? The one that splits out all into all those branches, that one weapon that you use that I really liked, and now I can't remember the name of it. There was a puzzle that looked exactly like that. This is no slouch of a puzzle. No, definitely not. I almost feel like you wanna... oh. Can you... oops. Well, yeah, we could do that. Does that technically still separate them? It does, right? But I know we still missed the dot, but it'll tell us that we missed the dot? Oh, interesting. It just tells you you failed. It doesn't tell you why. It's helpful that some of them like flash with the elements that you didn't satisfy. Yeah, something like that, Semi. I think it was a weird one that was its own made-up word. But there's so many weapons in that game, I can't remember all their names. It'll come to me. Maybe, maybe not. Oh yeah, Vorange. There you go. Vorange, like orange. See, now we're trapped. Okay, what was I doing earlier? We did this. And this. And we came up and over like this. And made an escape route. Because this should... yep. Beep beep. And we've got... so technically, as is, the yellow one is isolating... no, I think the yellow one drawn as is has a black and a white dot inside of it, right? Because it comes down... here, let me just touch the screen really quick. It comes down... oh, maybe not. And makes a point and then like loops back over. I don't know how to describe it. Hey Gojira, welcome in. I really like it so far. Someone phrased it perfectly earlier. It makes you go from feeling really, really smart and to really, really dumb in like 1 second. Because you'll get a puzzle, you'll be like, yes, I did it! And then the next one, complete blank stares. But it's beautiful and it's really fun to just relax and attempt a few and then put it down when your brain is broken. Okay, so I kind of want to try to draw what that one's doing up on the other side. I don't need to go that high up, do I? Because it's isolating this one block right next to the starting block, and then it's capturing this black one. Oops. Go up here. Right here. And going over and then capturing the white one and then going up and back down. Right? Oh, I think I'm seeing the center of this grid incorrectly. I don't think we have to go that high up. Where's the center of this grid? Okay, there we go. But we've still got a black and a white in one thing. But I think we can fix that fairly easily, right? If I do this or this, that singles out, that leaves the white square out. And then I can come up here and do this. In fact, why don't we do this and like get the white square out on its own? Oh, because it's gonna get in the way of me finishing the puzzle, possibly. That's how Monsters Expedition was. You feel accomplished, then oh, my brain hurts. Yeah, definitely. I hear you on Monsters Expedition. I haven't played it myself, but it was reminding me of Steven's sausage roll for being deceptively complex. You're gonna chill out at your house and chat. It's gonna be awesome. Nice. You're gonna do the puzzle piece, the 1,000-piece puzzle together. That sounds awesome. Puzzles are so puzzles, puzzle games, puzzles, jigsaw puzzles. Super relaxing. I don't know that this helped me other than is this blocked like that? Yeah, because I went all the way over there to try to make this little thing for the white square. Okay. Interesting. So what if we do this and capture and put the black square like outside? Same way with Baba as you, except it's often a long stretch of feeling dumb. I do feel like Baba more so than this one. You're trying solutions and you're like just sitting there going, I don't know, let me try this, no it didn't work, let me try this, no it didn't work. This one, some of the puzzles you walk up to and you're like, I don't even know where to begin, I don't know how to start. But at least Baba, you know you can try a few things and move some stuff around. I mean, this puzzle I'm working on right here though, I'm moving stuff around. We know how it works, but I don't know if we're gonna get it. Okay. So now the black one on the upper part of the puzzle on the top row, the black dot, is in its own little hoop thing off screen, and this other black one's gonna be in its own little thing off screen, and the white one is gonna be inside of the line that yellow made. Yeah! Worth it. Oh, we're inside the pipe! The yellow dye costs too much money, inflation. Carl. What is it? Ooh. Is it a safe? Is there a sound clip? Went from what to done real quick. Oh, this seems important. Okay, quick, take a screenshot. I want to draw a picture. No, I don't think I can do it justice. Gotta draw some honeycombs. Okay, I'm drawing it. I couldn't leave it alone. This reminds me of a few different things, but one of them is that game, that mini game in Mario Party where the flower petals like lower and raise up and you have to jump to the color that doesn't fall. You still have a picture of this on your phone? That's awesome, Trav. Oh goodness. I like writing them down. I should draw more pictures and take more notes for this game, because every time I open a notebook for stream and I look back, I'm like, oh look, it's notes from Outer Wilds, or oh look, it's notes from gosh, everything we've ever played. Chrono Trigger even has notes, like a checklist of things that I needed to still do. Don't know why I've never deleted it. Oh, why not? Why not hang on to it? One of those things where if someone put the big of a lock on a box, you just know it must be important. Yes. Gojira, that's a cute emote combo. Yeah, that's like the items in Metroidvanias where you go through whatever gauntlet, puzzle, platforming, something or other, and you're like, okay, I got to this secret item. It better be cool. It better be worth it. You enter a passcode and you go past a really tough enemy. I'm tracing around this to where this tells us to go. This one's kind of hard to draw, to be honest. And then it comes around this corner and it goes across and then it goes down and then in. I think that's legible. Think they need to replace the toner on the printer, yeah. Okay, I will also, I think, screenshot it. I haven't saved any of the ones, excuse me, that I screen captured yet, because they're all just like helpful in the moment of doing that puzzle, but we don't need them for later. They'll be there when we get back. But this one we don't want to have to come back to. I can start a new folder. We have a mist folder. Now we're gonna have a witness folder. Okay. How does one draw a texture to look like a printer that was running out of toner? Good question. I'm sure there's an artist somewhere working on a project of animating or illustrating something that takes place in an office who knows that problem intimately and was like, how do I draw this? How do I convey this? All right, I want to find a spot to like set ourselves up to start in next time, and then we will I think we'll wrap up for the day. Let's pick our next location. I feel like I left stuff behind in this colored area, the blue pond, the purple pond, the teal pond. The walkway stopped us from continuing, though, unless we missed a different panel. I liked that area. We can try to get back. The designer likes exposed rebar, and I agree with them. Then again, maybe this person's just a fan of bees. Yeah. Or we can see what's next after this. We can go to the next area. And by next, I mean something we haven't, like, seen yet. Oh. We haven't been able to walk up close to this yet. We were up there. So pretty. Is this what allows us, oh, to gain access to the different areas? To get to the teal part, do we have to do something here? Okay, I found our next area. What? See? And then this is the game where I'm like, just one more place I want to explore. I can't put it down. Oh, here, we made it to the bamboo forest. I'm not sure then that those yellow cubes are an indicator of like a tutorial section. I don't think so. I think they're just throughout the island. There's one in there. Oh, and there's a sound clip somewhere up on top of one of these rocks at the start of the river. At least I thought there was. I don't know how to get to it though. The yellow cubes are indicators of yellow cubes, yeah. And we do like yellow. One loud waterfall from Outer Wilds at your service. Oh, can we see it from here? Is it too loud, the waterfall for this section? Should I turn the game sound back down? The game sounds fine, okay. Cool, thanks. Hey Number, welcome in. It's good to see you. Oh, a pillar. They're everywhere. Maybe it wasn't a sound clip, but I swear I saw one of those little recording things. Maybe it's higher up. You like this sound? It doesn't, if it were really blowing up the mixer, I would know that I needed to adjust it, but it just looks like it's louder than the other areas so far. They make this side of the mountain look like it's later in the day. Is it later in the day? It's gotta be later in the day. I don't know. It's so hard to tell. I feel like the lighting changes, but only when we're over here on this side. Like, what time of day it is depends on where you are on the island. I like the mountain, such a fun climb. Soul Vibes, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you around. Have fun with your cousin, with your puzzle. Didn't want to announce when I left, but I went and did a ladder race and I won! Congrats, Magus! Nice! That's awesome. Gotta check our watch, yeah. If there's anything I've learned from this pandemic, it's that time doesn't exist. True. Busy day for you tomorrow. Yeah. I will, when we set a date. Oh, I got it mixed up then. I thought you were doing that tomorrow. You're just doing that in the future. Very cool. A big ol' elevator. I want to get down there again. I said I was going to explore this flower area. I feel like this is the type of game where you don't know something as a walking path until you walk on it and you go, oh, I can go that way. Maybe I can't get down there yet. It seemed like I could, right? I just have to turn left up here. Yeah. Had the handicap because I had to reboot your router? Oh my gosh! Checking and the sun still exists. If there's anything I learned from this pandemic, it's that I still cannot bake. Oh no, mistake. Ever since playing Outer Wilds, maybe I won't take local stars for granted. This is nice. I like this cliff. Is there any statue right above me that I missed? Some cool moss. Nice. Can we get in here? Secrets. I like this building. Oh, there's stuff we can do in here. I think if we get this one, we can get inside and then we can try for those, and there's a whole series of panels in there. What time is it? Oh, we've been going for 5 hours, 20 minutes. I think this is where I want to start next time. I love the motion of peeking through the windows, yeah. What's in here? Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Just one more puzzle. I know, so cool. I don't even want to look at it because I'm gonna start trying to solve it and then we're gonna get either really salty or the satisfaction of solving it, and then we're gonna want to do another one. The developer wanted you to see in there just to get giddy, yeah. I'm here to talk to you about your puzzle's extended warranty. So the next time, I like want to figure out a time to play this again soon, because next Sunday we're doing our music stream, so it won't be Puzzle Sunday. Maybe next Monday we'll take a day off of Zero Mission and play this again so that we don't miss out